then quick swap to the ultimatum. And you could tell, even if I wasn't wearing salamander armor, that would be the best way to deal with it. But like the harpoon gun is not good at killing it solo.
Shoot her down. Get her. Get him. Kabooyah.
I'll send you the link. It's actually insane.
Yo, this staggers the living fuck out of it.
I sure hope it does. It's a fucking 60mm.
Yeah, but it's
shell.
like a massive stagger. Like more than the autocannon, I feel.
You ever swat a bird out the air?
No.
Well, I'm pretty sure that's a sign of a serial killer.
Not if it's a fucking goose attacking you.
Well, the anti-tank emplacement's kind of sick.
True.
Fucking great.
Gun down. Kabooyah, 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 kabooyah.
Stop breathing on me with your hot ass breath, bro.
Huh?
I'm out. Stick this way.
That's it.
I swear.
Oh, I just fucking picked up some of the ruptor.
A dragon approaches.
Where the fuck did the supplies go?
Oh, it's dragon.
Realm. Nice.
A dragon approaches.
Oh my god.
Dragon does not approach.
He's coming, he's coming, he's coming, he's coming, he's coming, he's coming, he's coming. Let him up, let him up, let him up, let him up. He's coming for you, he's coming for you, he's coming for you. Yo, you're fucking nailing him, bro.
They mean on the 3-shot Joe.
You're just spraying it all over me.
Bro, disgusting. How much ammo is that?
I used some ammo elsewhere, but it was at least
Yeah, elsewhere into his team's head.
Protect me, protect me. Turn around, turn around.
Take the shot for him.
Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him.
Didn't protect me. The commando also didn't kill it.
Rough.
Damn, commando is buster up.
Damn, it has 8 magazine. I looked up the Coyote well, I had only like 2 extra magazines, so I'm not 8. I'll have becoming a medium occultist. Medium.
Alright, I'm done.
The fact
Dragon spotted.
demolition, but I gotta sit here and watch the goddamn thing and wait for the right one to come in.
Sick, watch out! Oh, it takes 3. No. Sick, watch out!
Wow. Didn't even die on the 3rd wasp. That's crazy.
Kabooyah.
Oh,
Ooh. Oh wait, I can't do witness because he's right there.
I'm kind of surprised it's not dead.
It takes a long time, dude. I'm telling you.
Alright, well, I killed it.
I was barely gaining health.
They didn't touch the healing at all.
Dude. Pistol?
There we go. That sounds great.
Pistol.
No, I had to.
Alright, go.
I'm not hitting it. I'm hitting it, I'm hitting it, I'm hitting it.
Reload.
I'm hitting him.
I love it.
You have the salamander armor or the dune? I'm telling you, dude. Salamander's the way to go.
I haven't unlocked it.
I'm not hitting him. He's just fucking running away.
It's
What a
crazy.
coward!
You should let me get that so I can follow my supply back.
I only got 2.
I just need stim pistol ammo.
Supply pack as well.
Yeah, but I picked up your old supply pack and I wanted to fill it
I
up.
had a lot of hit
but
markers
someone-
this time.
Someone got greedy.
Bro, I think he's fire immune.
As soon as I pulled it out, I'm like, but I didn't do anything.
I'll take care of both.
I'm getting him. I'm getting. Oh, I got it!
Holy shit!
Let's go.
Alright, it's not fire immune. It doesn't light on fire though.
16.
It just doesn't light on.
Where is that?
Get him! Zap him down!
Try to aim above his head. That'd be cool if you could stun him.
Animal dragon, eat him! Whap him! Yeah!
Oh! Okay, that wasn't bad.
That's so good.
Anything happen?
No. But keep in mind that it only has 130 meter range. Yeah, look how easy that is.
When they look.
Just press my button when you're ready.
Run under it, run under it. You got it, you got it. No!
Hey y'all, Stocky Boy back with another video within your walls. Someone has stolen my burger recipe and we need to get it back. They think it's that pesky raccoon again. We have another monumental Monday for all of you. The one day of the week we have long, unedited videos for your amusement. And today I have tons of matches that I sat in agonizingly long queues to get for all of you. So if you could just like the video, that would be very nice. Thank you. The build I used is something I believe is going to be one of new Michael's most effective builds. It uses Friends Till the End, Furtive Chase, Play With Your Food, and Nemesis. Since tunneling is heavily punished, this build heavily encourages going for different targets, and it makes it difficult for other survivors to body block since you're going at the speed of light. Now the add-ons can be mixed and matched, but because slugging is something that is also heavily punished, the star of the show is the J. Myers Memorial, allowing Myers to pick up survivors insanely fast in Evil Incarnate mode. You are going to see several survivors with flashlights get upset and DC within this video just because they couldn't get usage out of their items and anti-slugging perks. Subscribe for more new reworked Myers content. Let's jump into the matches. Hey, we just randomly got Haddonfield for our first map. Cool. So for this first match, I mainly wanted to try this build. This build seemed to work pretty effectively. Oh, cool. Against my viewers. So we'll see how it works on real players here. I imagine it'll be pretty effective.
Stay safe up there, team.
Nice. You remember to actually use the lunge a little bit more. Get rid of all of these. Okay, these are all the new survivors. Nice. This will be a pretty fast pickup. Yeah, I didn't think they'd be ready for that.
Communication down there, okay?
And up you go. one of you's obsession. You are. You break this, get another. Oh wow, that was really fast. Right, because I have the add-on. That's right. She wants me to tunnel her because of the new changes. Nice. Up we go. The obsession here? That looks like more progress. He's way back there. Hello. And down she goes. We don't get our faster pickup. Very sad. But that's alright. Alley-oop. You DC'd? Okay. Hello. Bum, 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 bum. There we go. Let's see if we can get more of our stacks. You're just staying injured. Pretty good for me. Slightly longer lunge in the evil incarnate mode. I don't get evil incarnate, just pursuer mode. And oh, you're dead. Oh wait, that means I get faster progression, right? I'm not really too worried. We're at 5 gens. That means I could have moried her. That kind of sucks. I like my mories. There we go. I'd like to play with the food stack. I want to go fast for funsies. There we go. Okay, this should be a down. The gens are faster, but I really don't think they're going to be able to do too much. Even with those two gen pops. This girl's super dead. Oh, this is a bot. Pressure.
That's the rest of them.
Ah, that's unfortunate. I mean, like, I can tunnel you if that is what you would desire. You could have decisive strike and stuff, but Michael doesn't care about that. Or does he? Nope. Your DS is nothing to me. Alright, Pascal's going in here. You still can't hear my terror radius. Now, did she go up the stairs? Or did she just start wrapping around, I wonder? There you are. Almost there. Going to pursue her to catch up. Rats.
Everyone finished shopping?
got it. This is so sad. That's okay though. That's still gonna make a lovely, makes a glorious for the gaming. It wouldn't be a stocky boy video without area crows, would it, my game? There. Easy obsession too. There we go. Let's go and put our stacks up and then murder this guy. Where are you going? It's going up. We have a really fast coming up though. Alright, here we go.
On point.
Oh, we went that way. Whoops. Hey there, Jimbo. Alright, we begin our little rampage. They're taking hits. Oh, perfect. Get a stack from that.
Time to stock up. Pod's open.
Strange. Her flashlight just like wasn't working for a second there. Pop, pop. And up we go. Oh, weird. I don't see her anywhere. I thought for sure she'd come rushing out. I was hoping to get another stack. I guess we'll see her soon. Oh, wow. You went all the way there. We get another playthrough food stack. And alley-oop.
If you're shilling the balance of this patch or the design of this patch,
This clown.
anything
It's just like a comically loud space bar, and then he sees the ports come up, and he just starts yapping.
And if you're not mature enough to handle that,
That's one. This is role playing a character. There's no way this is real. This video's too good, dude. This video's way too good. Zez is single-handedly killing Father of XL2. This is crazy, bro.
I need to grow up. This is an insanely immature reaction. If you watch some of my videos at the beginning of 0.2, though, I had a series where I was soft calling out a bunch of these creators. At the beginning of 0.2, a lot of the big ARPG creators, mainly Passive Exile 1 creators, but not just Passive Exile 1 creators, but they were just overly toxic and negative towards just the state of this game. In general, it just seems like it's a bunch of creators who want this game to be PoE1 and easy brain-off experience that doesn't really take anything into it. They just want to, you know, solve the game with math and then just party their way through it by holding one button. It's a very good game, fun in ways, but as you can tell from my tone, I'm pissed. I've wanted to make a video like this for a while. I just didn't have the nuts to do it. Prediction.
This takes out too bad so far. Right now, like, hey, nothing's gone wrong. There are people who are like, hey, make your game. Yeah,
seriously appreciate him for posting this video. So let's just watch. There's a 2-minute clown montage here, so I'm gonna just like play it, and I'll leave some comments here and there. But this is gonna be a rough 2 minutes to get through. This is some of the most unbearable people you'll ever see.
Everyone has no gear, does no damage, and is constantly running away from the monsters just to die constantly.
If they're bums.
Bro! Fuck you, GGG!
Jesus Christ, this is fucking terrible. Wow.
Yes. I hate your mentality, bro.
Damage, man. Oh, I fucking feel any damage.
It takes me 3 fucking combos to kill a fucking white monster, man!
I wanted to play element spells, but they all suck, because GGG.
Look at these little crybabies. Look at these crybabies. I mean, look at these pussy little crybaby baby boys.
At doing these things correctly for some fucking reason.
Wow.
Vin, I seriously appreciate you for this video. Vin, you are a legend, man.
How the fuck did you guys decide this other garbage?
They are man babies, aren't they? They're little babies. What are they? Look at these guys.
Go road trip with this gal!
This game's so fucking dumb. Let's do it.
Are you kidding me? With retired boomer gamers playing a mechanically difficult game. It's just...
Bro, skill issues, bro.
I'm just over it. They're playing the wrong game. This game isn't for you. It's never been for you. Just stick fingers and drain off one button ARP.
Bro.
I'm so over skill issues, bro. I said it. On the podcast. I said it. It's going to happen every single time. They'll be back in 0.4. They'll be back in 0.5. They're going to be good. They're going to show up. They're going to raid. They're going to fuck off because they're turning.
Okay, wait. Bro, no. Relax. I agree with everything he said. I'm gonna throw those guys bait raging in the fuck hole. Yeah, maybe wrong. But no. You couldn't play more than one game. You could stop playing the game, go do something else, and then come back when the league comes out. Alright? And ZZ Ran is not a terrible player. Okay, so bro, he owns the game. Yeah, no. Otherwise, base so far. Base is good. Dark Micro is literally in the game. Dark Micro is in the game. He's got a monster. He voiced it, bro. Okay, how did he possibly do
Maybe a bit longer.
If you're this patch on the side of this patch, anything.
This attitude is so epic. Oh my. Dude, I love this guy. This fucking clown, bro. Holy.
Dude, and I haven't talked at all about the qualitative side of things. All I'm talking about is the quantitative pieces. That's it. If you can find a way to somehow justify that argument, you need to pull your own ass out of your head, out of your ass, out of your head, out of your mouth. Unwrap the fucking little self-ass-eating donut that you've tied yourself.
Well, half the elementary spells dispatch machines are 0 or something. Why does an empowered arc after running around like a headless snake get actions to 1 perfect damage of bones from before flame interactions? Oh shit.
Okay? And look around you. Learn to count to 10. Maybe learn to.
I'm gonna look around me and I'm gonna find a lot of good builds. Oh, here's one of them. Thank you, Vin, for this video. Thank you, Vin, for this video. Thank you.
Isn't this like to his point here? I'm confused here. If he's trivialized the game with insane damage and broken builds, wasn't he talking about how it was like skill-based game? I'm so confused. Wait, I don't understand. What is he even saying right now? I don't know. What does this take right now? like the way this looks like he's just cheesing the game with like a one-button build that just kills bosses instantly, which is what he was clowning these guys for wanting. But now you're showcasing a build that is exactly what.
Definitely going to be the most controversial video. No, this is the video that's going to cement you as
Hell yeah, fuck PoE community, bro. Not part of their community. He's identifying, he's drawing a line in the sand here. PoE2 community, boy. Fuck that. Fucking tourist ass PoE1 guys, man. Fucking PoE3. Coming to PoE2. Go back to your shit ass game. The whole game, bro. The PoE2 community is not.
wow. We are all forever going to remember this, and I know it may seem like I'm being like I wanted to make this video for
Cloud Baby. Welcome to my channel. Yo. What's shaking?
will make. So look, I'm just gonna say it's
Spider. I'm shaking up Spider. Wow. Spider has.
You Loki kinda look tired NGL.
I woke up like half an hour ago. It's kind of early in the Europe, and I don't know. I guess I don't sleep for like
Oh, makes sense.
8 hours or 10, you know. But thanks.
You kinda lazy.
Lazy? Man, no.
Oh,
Not really.
gotcha.
Not really. You could call me early bird. That's the way the cookie crumbles.
All early bad. I mean bird.
All good. Let me see if there is any challenge left. It's a medic challenge.
By the way, by any chance you looking for some visual and stuff for your channel and stream?
Not really. Thanks. By any chance, I really don't.
I can show you my portfolio.
I'm only buying carpets. That's the only digital art I'm looking
I mean, looking won't hurt, YK.
But
And if it's the price you worried about, then it's cheap, dude.
no, it's like let me explain it to you. It's a job. This is oh, I don't have any peanuts. It's a job for people that like peanuts. The streamers that I know of, they earn like maybe $1,000 every month, and that's like a high profile streamer. And I'm making bread like 8 hours a day, 6 days, and the 7th day I'm free. Yeah, it's a lot of work, but it pays pretty good. and rest of the day I can do whatever I want. I can watch a movie, I can, you know.
I mean, you can like invest some stuff in your channel. It's like your channel after all.
No.
Like for fun.
It's not even worth investing. The only investment I told people to do is like there is a charity button. If you want to invest in children's hospital, you do that. Don't invest in me. There you go. Thanks. I don't invest. I don't do investments.
Straight up, the PoE2 community, or more specifically, the community that has been...
Not the PoE2 community. The PoE2 community is awesome. It's these clowns, these...
I like
mean,
you.
I don't even want to call them the PoE1
No.
community. Like, whoever these big ARPG creators in their community, let's just put it towards them.
Helping children.
Decent-sized chunk of
I mean,
time
that was the
streamers
point, I
that
guess.
effectively just want PoE2 to be a reskin of PoE1.
Keep up the good work.
Alarmist, cynical,
Thanks.
downright
I guess.
pessimistic gaming
Alarmist
community.
we got the alarmist definition here, baby. Oh shit, someone who's considered to be exaggerating danger. I can't see it under the guy. Yeah, oh shit, we got definitions and shit. We got definitions. Bro, there it is. He's got the definitions. Don't question it, baby. True, these fucking PoE1 tourist cucks just want to reskin it again. It's actually, by the way, this is what most of the people want, by the way. Legit, ask for chat, ask anyone. I was having a conversation about this exact topic yesterday or whatever, and I'm saying, like, worst case scenario, we get a PoE1 reskin, and chat's saying, that's exactly what we want. We want a PoE1 reskin. What are you talking about? That's what we want. And I'm like, no, you don't want a PoE1 reskin. You want PoE2 to be something greater, something more elevated, something that's like takes the best parts of PoE1, adds to it, and pops off. That's what you want. But worst case, a PoE1 reskin, right?
That I have ever seen.
It's true. They will, like, there's that clip of Rutu raging about the support gems. He's like,
But the support gems in PoE2 are somehow more complicated than those support gems in PoE1.
No, they're not.
Oh,
PoE1 is still way more complicated. There's nothing complicated about the tiering system and support gems. They're going out of their way to find things that they're pissed about, and they're just ignoring all these positives. You'll see them sprint directly into mobs, not animation cancel, get stunned and down. It's like...
True! No, he's right, dude. These sprint Andes. He's like, dude, they go, you can't use sprint, it's impossible, they need to fucking... Yo, he's actually right, it's so easy to sprint. It's so easy to sprint. I don't know how the fuck people are so bad at it. It's like they haven't realized that you can just aim it with the mouse, and then they complain and say that you need to just change sprint to be a movement speed buff and remove, like, the knockdown. Straight up.
They're either intentionally making it themselves look as bad as possible, or they've depended on their ARPG knowledge for so long that they can't play a mechanically difficult game anymore. They are just... Sorry, Vin, continue, sir. We got 7 more minutes of me pausing and just being pissed.
And that means a fuck ton because I've played at the lowest and highest ranks pretty much.
I've been a part of the competitive RTS scene for StarCraft and Warcraft. I've been a part of FPS scenes. I've been a part of MOBA scenes. You were talking about competitive PvP games. Who needs to zip line? I cannot stand this community. Like, this is the most...
He didn't like that.
Any grimy competitive game you can think of, talking Valorant, League, Rocket League, Overwatch, the level of pure inability that these people have to have positive poisonous criticism.
It's never criticism.
Rex did say they need to buff sprint, which was kind of funny. Like, Rex had some terrible sprint takes, but he was saying plenty of positive things about the game. To be honest, the majority of what he was saying about the game was extremely positive. Okay, so what I'm saying is, this take he's having, right, they're never saying any positive things about the game. Totally. And on top of that, instead of just crying and making a dude, speaking of rage bait, this video is fucking rage bait. They are making straight up feedback videos that address directly to the devs about what they think and their opinions. Their opinions can be bad, they're terrible takes, but they're trying to be positive and trying to help. Which is just
clunky. Their chat is just full of, yeah, dude, it's so bad, PoE2 bad. It's just like, when you're negative all the time and you've fostered these just pathetic and cringe communities, that's what they feed off of. You're gonna just feel forced to play into, because whenever you're actually being constructive and nice and reasonable, your audience isn't used to that and they don't know how to respond. As you can tell, I'm heated, guys. I'm heated.
Constructive and void of being a shithead is actually pretty mind-boggling. And now, before you head down to the comments and say, Vinny, but those were just campaign bosses you showed. Well, number one, those were some of the final bosses of the game.
I am dominating red maps right now with my Thorns bib.
Yo, these guys are ego Andes, man. Oh my god. Is there a Yo, what's even happening, dude? Dude, he's playing Thorns though. Dude, that's why I relate to this guy so much. Thorns gamer. Yo, this guy's big dick. That's big. Dominating red match, Thorns, but those campaign bosses, they hard as fuck, boy. Okay, they ain't no normal bosses.
I have killed pinnacle bosses. I've already killed citadel bosses. Like, the game ain't that hard. You just have to take your time to learn it and find what builds work. These guys have put in 200 hours. They're, again, PoE2 tourists. They don't know how to navigate this. Anyone who's been playing PoE1.
Dude, yes, this strong build. That fucking shred stuff. Like, I mean, the game. Yes. And no, when the game's fully balanced, well, guess what? It's gonna be there.
For patch 0.1 and 0.2, for a reasonable amount of we're all deep into red maps.
Can't criticize it, bro. Can't give any feedback.
Look fine. We didn't have any problems in the campaign. It's only these tourists that are they don't know how to play the game. They assume it's PoE1, where it's a fully fleshed out, balanced game, where you can just do anything and fart your way to victory. This game ain't that.
Bigger Teeth. Thanks for following.
Thanks.
He needs to load in a ruthless, man. This guy's, this guy's really explosive. He's like a higher testosterone version of Project PC.
Oh, fight my son while there is time.
This video is being created in advance when it's actually posted to YouTube, so somehow one the game just turns on its head.
The time this video uploads to YouTube, he's fucking gone from T1 to T15 map. Then the time it takes for this to upload, do you understand me, boy? He's big dick.
And I'm not one-shotting my entire screen and killing bosses in 5 seconds. I'll make sure to let you guys know, or I just won't post this video at all. But 99% of the clips I showed with streamers dogging the game, they were still in the campaign as well. And finally, 3, you're kind of just a doofus, because I don't know about your experience, but in my experience, my characters always get stronger, faster, and smoother the deeper into the game I progress. Not
crazy how that works. Like, you know, in PoE1, I just played 3.26 for the first time. My first return to PoE1 in like 5 years. I played a lot in the early access throughout several patches. Eventually, just stopped liking the game for different reasons, like crazy and cost reasons. But when I returned recently, from the beginning of the game, it is easy.
Bigger Chitty. Welcome to my channel. Hello.
There's no challenge in this game.
Big,
How are you doing today?
No. It's a bit of coke. But no, he's totally right compared to PoE2.
Oh, brother, I'm
Absolutely.
getting slammed by the bots.
Comparison to PoE2, the game is
That's what I'm.
way
I'm getting slammed by the bots
at the
today.
beginning. Like, what?
Unbelievable.
The campaign is legit. I mean, you don't get to the whole thing where you get like ass fucked from like the first, you know, for the first act. Running away, hunting you down, and then fucking things are gonna bro. You don't have that, you know. Oh, except for the rowers. The rowers are pretty. Yeah, the rowers could be pretty bad. Maybe the power ring, but after that,
Well, that's progression over time. It's a very different
Why you don't have a lot of live views?
Because I'm not looking for them.
they are not.
Because I'm making a bread for like 1K per month. And streaming doesn't earn like even like a good percentage of that. That's why I don't care about views. If you wanna chat. If you wanna talk money, go somewhere else. Thank you.
Challenging games. The challenge comes from creating a build that's mathematically like.
Okay, bro.
the game PoE1 is objectively. You play a fucking ethical build.
Thanks, bro.
You play an ethical build. Like to the point where depending on how ethical you get, there's just so much more fucking shit in the game that you will never be.
That is a nice game.
Even the builds that I killed, they weren't ethical. Let's be honest.
Worst game ever. Thanks, but this is like they fumbled the release of the game. There is so many bugs in this game. I'm not being negative, I'm being honest. It's playable, yes, but it will take maybe a year for the game to be actually good game. It's good looking game, but not really good game. You probably didn't play it. A lot of glitches in game now. Thanks for the, you know, but not in a really good state. Not me, the game.
Builds became borderline unkillable in some respects. Like you have to really, if you were saying like the game's too easy, bro. All right, do that on a character that doesn't have like crazy HP or crazy damage, and see what happens. Straight up.
And or finding creative combinations, but in terms of like mechanical skill, like this, ARPGs have never been very difficult to play. The difficulty comes in the build making, and yeah, sorry, Vin.
Disagree. I feel like the bosses that exist in Path of Exile 2 versus Path of Exile 1, the mechanics of PoE1 bosses, like, bro, it get insane. Like, the Uber bosses get insane compared to anything in PoE2, which is just like, I don't even know. Just rock and rolling about. I don't know, dude. Nah, bro, you try playing on a fucking character that gets one shot, doing fucking Uber Exarch on HC. Just do Uber Exarch on HC and then talk to me, bro. Look up. Okay. Compared to, like, what boss even comes close to that? Maven. Bro, they have a fucking memory game. It's just objectively harder mechanics in PoE1 that currently... No, they're wrong. Probably in the future, PoE2 when it gets more bosses, maybe. Right now, again, I disagree.
I'm going to keep pausing.
The opposite, and surprise, that's usually how ARPGs just kind of work. And with that being said, I just want to quickly clarify that not every streamer or viewer / chatter for that matter is fully guilty of this. I would say Dark Microtransactions and Smash are perfect examples here, where more often than not they give actual constructive criticism.
Yeah, I was confused with the DM clip. It didn't feel like he was like. I mean, DM clips end up in all of these trash clip channels anyway. I want to talk about the clip channels. They're all trash. I'm like.
Bro, all the clip channels, dude. Especially that one clip channel, dude. Was it Gamer for Life, dude? Yo.
They just pick the worst clips always. They're like, when are one of you guys starting the positive clips channel? That's of all the people who are having fun playing this game, because that channel will do well eventually. But right now,
negativity bias, bro. No. Negativity. But there are PoE highlight clips where they do like crafting W clips or like insane RNG clips. I've seen those. They exist.
Like all these rage bait channels, they need to. I can't stand watching. I can't stand watching.
They talk about good things and.
But yeah, what I was gonna say is, Dio, like the clip didn't see bad, and for the most part, Rax always seems fine to me. I would have like sometimes these clips are taken out of context. I'd have to see what he was ranting about. But for the most part, I agree with him about Dio.
DM is the pass.
The best.
Bad thing.
It's the best. It's the pass. Wait, we get hosted by DM. This video's pretty good, dude. This video's way too good.
Same 3 to 5 minute period. They don't just downright shit on the game, you know, over and over again.
Yes.
And even some of the ones that are actually pretty bad aren't always this bad.
Yes.
In particular, the
ones. Yes. There's always constructive criticism, usually, but when they come and play PoE2, there's no constructive criticism. It's only shit talking.
This guy just hates Jungle Ryan, and what I'm noticing is this guy he just hates Jungle Ryan and the Root, which I get the Root, like that Root guy's cancer, bro. Oof. That guy's fucking cancer, bro. That guy's cancer. So I get it. Jungle Ryan though, hey, he gets the pass.
Worst of it usually always happens right at the launch of a new league. I mean, when I woke up and watched the streamer clips, etc., I thought I was having a fever dream because it actually felt like I was right back at the launch of Dawn of the Hunt.
By the way, to be clear, I am joking. Just so you know, I am. Just in case you think I'm not, like, there's like, of course there's a meme. I'm like, imagine saying in brackets meme. In bracket, just wanted to put that in there.
Yes, and I made a video just going over his entire rant. And I said they were going to do it again in 0.3. They're going to do it again in 0.4. Because guess what? This game's never going to be PoE 1. It's never going to turn into the game they want. And this is just going to happen. And we, the PoE2 community, just need to start calling them out on their clown behavior. They're clowns. That's it. I can't stand them. I know. Y'all can't stand me too. I'm annoying. Whatever.
The first 2 to 3 days, everybody and their mother was just slammed PoE2. And ultimately, GGG for how bad the game is, how incompetent the developers are. And the best one of all was, oh my god, the Huntress is just absolutely useless, dog shit,
they're bums, man.
Playable garbage. And meanwhile, myself, Bum Gun, I don't know who all else, but I'm sure there were others, had figured out the whole lightning spear plus bolt.
Dude, he figured it out. He knew it, bro. Anyone who's initiated in a sense, you just didn't know. You didn't know. You just gotta be the 5-hit guy. Okay, we don't do the blue gun
combo that literally just broke the entire game on game 2, and then following that with countless other builds that came out and ended up being unbelievably strong, and you know, the game felt more than fine.
And I'm massively imbalanced abilities and one of the things. Definitely not like PoE1. Nothing like PoE2. It's a real difficult game.
Saying the game's perfect, don't get me wrong. Obviously, they did make some patches back then.
This patch has a lot of problems. I'm already about to reroll to my next character because of the bugs in the endgame. I keep having bosses not dropping loot. A lot of the mini citadels I can't get access to despite spending so much time running around them trying to find the way in. Sometimes boss entrances or boss rooms I can't get into. Sometimes boss rooms I can't get out of. I mean,
they're afraid.
Ignoring the lack of new content that the endgame got and ignoring the tower rework we didn't get, the endgame is super buggy right now. The game's not in a great state, but I'm able to
bitching
say
at the game
all
right
the
now?
good things I like about the game at the same time. How I'm loving Sprint, how I'm loving the weapon slot changes, how I'm loving the changes to Witch Hunter, and all of these new Thorns uniques and items and itemization changes. And the passive tree is amazing now too. I'm able to do all these things at the same time, but for some reason,
I don't know what world he's living in. I feel like every single creator that was shown in this clip, fucking real, like Rax, all these guys. I don't know about that Rue guy. Maybe I do see a lot. He must say positive things occasionally, right? He must say positive things occasionally. He must. I don't know about the Rue guy, but all the other dudes do. Jungle Ryan just gets autistically upset about random number changes, right? He do? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like every single one of these guys are not, because he's saying like, yo, these guys are Path of Math. Like Path of Math was literally what he's describing, like, right? Some guy he's just like the mouthpiece of every bit of toxicity that's on the Path of Exile Reddit that just hates. He just embodies that and then magnifies it and just keeps regurgitating it over and over and over again, right? That's what he's saying, but that's just not the case, right? That is just not the case. Most of these guys are giving lots of good feedback, and they will also be critical about things they're critical about. They can have opinions on whatever, and for the most part, they're good. Straight up.
It's only hate from these people.
Like helps with quality of life, and the game ultimately has tons of issues. But let's just be objective and honest with ourselves for a second. There is a reason that PoE2 is the most popular ARPG to ever exist that wasn't created by Blizzard. This will probably come as a shock, but it's not because the game sucks or because the game has horrible balance. No, it's because the game is actually well on its way to becoming an absolute masterpiece.
True.
I mean, a lot of
I agree with the becoming masterpiece and everything, but I feel like it's also going to do it well. And because of the fact that it's like on the shoulders we have by the notoriety of Path of Exile 1. I mean, this is like some wet super code. But dude, I do agree that PoE2 legitimately has a very good chance of being made into the best actual playing game. Straight up. And right now, that's part of it. Well, but I think PoE2 could be that game, and it could transcend it entirely, be something else. 1.0 could be completely nuts. Imagine everything, but open, solid, with tons of end-game, with a million different skills to play. I mean, make everyone look jag and all that shit, make it totally be there.
Already there, especially when it comes to the thematics, atmosphere, music design, gameplay feel, campaign. I mean, I could go on and on about what this game does so well, but it is still being held back, of course, primarily with issues surrounding the end-game experience, build diversity, etc. Things of that nature. But even
wow,
the
that
problems
is
it
nice.
has are still nowhere near overcoming everything it does just so well.
That's a late reaction,
Now,
but
at this point, you're probably asking.
I mean, that's well said. Again, I say this all the time. The game looks like it's a finished product, and it plays better than most finished products, but it is very much an early access game. These patches show that. The amount this game changed in this patch, from the gem system overhaul, all the new patches, weapon swap, like this game at its fundamental level is still changing. GGG still doesn't even know what they want to do at the fundamental level. Why? Because it's unfinished. It's in early access. It's not.
Please do not tell me this is what it's like to watch me react to something. Dude, please. This is, dude, I can't. It's like the fucking guy. He's just like a comically loud space bar, and then the voice come up, and he starts yapping about just useless, redundant information, just adding no value. Just like, can you just unpause? I want to watch the other guy talk. Just stop, please.
Done. But for the aspect of it that are finished, you can see the direction it's going. You can project that it's going to be a
Just saying what the other like I just said.
The problem with the game right now is with all of the A, lack of content, and B, the balance is not there yet. But we've seen that they can balance an ARPG before with PoE1. So like these people just need to
What
not
type
play
of game is
this
this,
game in early
man?
access anymore, but their careers depend on it.
Horde shooter. If you're asking, you clearly didn't play like type of this game. It's like Call of Duty Zombies, like Left 4 Dead, like Killing Floor 1. You play it by the rounds, and after the final round you get to fight the boss. When you fight the boss, you get usually something. You usually either get XP.
Do I play Dungeons Dragons?
Oh, you do. Interesting. What's your favorite class? Which edition of D&D you play? The latest one or the older ones? Infeeble, huh? Okay. This is kind of retarded. Like, do you want to be tanky when next to other players? You yourself. Or do you want to heal up your friends while not touching them, just by shooting them with a healing gun? And like, not all, but most of the assholes take the I wanna be tanky medic. Like, who the fuck asks you to be a tanky medic? You have to be like a paperweight medic and play this. So you can actually, you know, use, what's it called? Not the lay on hands, but you know, like restoration or heal up or whatever. So stupid. So this is not good. Let me upgrade my biomorphic. Really? I don't have it. Fuck. Well, I thought I have the enough materials to upgrade it, but yeah. I'll play with the other classes, and I don't know, each class has its like perks or benefits. Most of these are DPS, except this guy is like support. He also can dish out pretty good damage. He's like this guy should be tank or like a striker, and he's clearly support. So support, you know, melee tank, you know, sniper class, firebug, you know, can dish a lot of damage on single target or a group, and all around guy, good in everything, not particularly good in any area. Maybe he's not that good, you know, healer, but good in most things.
Man, a lot of people, they don't watch your game.
It's fine. I do not really care about that. Okay. Now.
Man, a lot of people, they don't watch your game.
Okay. You said that. Like, is there a point to that? Like, do you think I should do something about it? Yeah? Yeah.
They are financially required to play
Okay,
PoE2
good.
or they
Good,
won't
good,
be able
good,
to
bad
live
takes.
anymore. So they're going to play it and then they're going to rage about it and then they're going to fuck off again because they're tourists.
Guess what? They can do whatever they want. They can do whatever they want. They can come and play the game. They can say whatever they want. And then you can get mad and it don't matter.
Sorry, I'm so heated, guys.
They can
To
do
yourself,
whatever they want.
Okay, so who cares if some of
He's attacking a straw man, by the way. This guy's attacking, like, he's attacking something that doesn't exist. These magical PV1 guys that just fucking only hate on the game exclusively, and they're just here to spew toxicity and farm rage bait by hating on the game explicitly, and never providing any feedback. Now, maybe there's one guy, maybe that one Rutu guy is just doing that, but other than, like, you know, Rutu and Path of Math, right, I don't know of any other. The only people I ever saw in the PoE community that were literally that was Pathnath. Like, that's the only one for sure. Every single thing I ever saw of that guy was just hating. And it was just a toxicity mouthpiece, Reddit farming bot. Like, he effectively was like just a Reddit GPT output, whatever Reddit was bitching about that day, that was what he would be doing. Okay, that outside of that, I never seen it. That's not the PB community. It just isn't, and it's just not true. So he's getting butthurt and mad over something that doesn't even exist. It's schizophrenic.
So.
And
I know
guess
what
what? Even if that was true, bro, they can do that. They can do that.
big streamers are super negative towards the game at the beginning of a new league.
Well, a coin.
Well, as
It
far as
matters, man.
Well, a coin.
It matters. Like, there's so many people that come into my chat
Yes,
or
I know.
into my YouTube comments that say, everywhere I go has just been, like, I was playing the game and having fun, and then I got on Twitch and it's just pure negativity, and I finally found a place where it's just not shitting on the game nonstop. It's just, it's so goddamn pathetic.
concerned, that's probably the worst time for them to do it.
Yes.
Let me paint you a picture here real quick. Just imagine that you're a fairly average
My
player
voice is
who
not
has
that
a few
bad.
hours a day to play games, and you're
My
thinking
reaction
about
on this
whether or
bad.
not you want to try out the new league. Maybe on your break at work or your drive home, you slap on one of your favorite streamers and ask them for their opinion on the patch, and they just ruthlessly shit all over it. But then, not only
Oh,
that,
yeah.
But at the same time, they're laughing and smiling in between these moments. They just...
the guys that play the game 12 plus hours a day
Faithful
and should in theory be
Doperix.
blasting through the campaign,
Welcome to
thinking
my
it looked
channel.
pretty easy, but then you see them
Best viewers
struggling
on
to kill-
stream Ambucom
they're
remove the
struggling.
space of
They're
sand.
struggling. These are supposed to be the best players in the game. Why aren't they in red maps already? I'm in Waystone 15s with thorns. A goofy meme build. Aren't these guys supposed to be the pros? No, because they're tourists.
Dude,
they don't
this
play
guy's
PoE2.
mad.
They haven't taken the time to learn it. Most
Fucking
of what they're
giga
complaining
Chad.
about isn't complaints.
It's just
when you actually
he's
know-
joking, right? This is a bit. He's being sarcastic. This is role playing a character. There's no way this is real. There's no way this is real. There ain't no way.
know how to navigate build crafting in this game. Like, it isn't that bad.
kill white mobs in Act 3, and now the chances that this average player decides to just skip out on this league altogether
Yeah,
is
they're
for
not.
all intents and purposes,
They're gone.
100%.
They're gone.
Because surely, if your favorite streamer who plays the game for their job is struggling, then how are you going to have fun when you've got a few hours a day at best? So yeah, I don't know, I could go on forever about the negative effects this type of stuff
Yes,
has on
man, it's
games,
awful,
but ultimately
dude.
the proof is definitely in the pudding. Go look on Reddit, go look on any
Dude, it's pathetic.
Why aren't they getting mad at Reddit? Yeah, that's what they should be getting mad at, actually. If anything. Really, just the design of Reddit. I genuinely don't understand. So wait, what does this guy want? People aren't allowed to have negative feedback ever? They ain't allowed to like have an opinion about a game that they're playing, streaming on a platform that's like open and anyone can stream and anyone can say whatever they want. Like, oh, no, you're my dude. This is giving me like Final Fantasy vibes, although like with way more levels of much higher levels of autism, of some sort of, I don't understand. What do they want? Toxic positivity, where you only say nice things about the game, never anything bad. I don't know. It's unhinged. And then you're attacking these skits, like going full schizo, attacking things that don't exist. These mysterious streamers who just only hate and never give any good feedback, and it just like everything. It just doesn't exist, mate. It don't exist. Maybe for D4, maybe there's like D4 bad farmers. I don't know who those guys would be, who just go in and just say D4's bad. But do you know what's crazy, chat? If D4 was good, I wouldn't say D4 is bad. I would just be like, yo, D4's actually good. I love this game. And I would just play it. And that's what people would do. And just like if PoE2 was perfect, guess what? There'd be nothing to complain about. And people would just be like, this is just the best shit ever. I want to suck its dick now.
Dude, it's...
Guess what, though? There's plenty of problems. And that's what people are giving feedback about. Right? And then those people get clipped. And then you're saying that's all they do is just say negative things, when if you're just looking at one clip of them saying one negative thing one time.
2 clips channel, and it's just
every PoE2 clips channel, dude. They're all disgusting, man. I can't stand watching any of them. I don't watch them, and anytime like I'm watching like Rabbit stream and he's reacting to them, I have to close out of them. They're freaking terrible, man.
Filled with negativity, and it would be one thing if it was 100% warranted, like the game was just genuinely dog shit, but it's clearly not.
It's not.
So it's kind of a shame, because the game really deserves more credit, especially if you try and put yourself in the shoes of the developers. They just...
I don't even know what to say for GGG, because like, you know, like every time Mark's on stream, he's like, yeah, we fucked up. I'm sorry. Like, we'll do better next time. Like, he actually, like, this shit makes him feel bad, but like, this patch, what they did right, everything they added, it's so great. Yes, when you do this big of a balance overhaul, we have passive changes across the trees. We have an insane sweep with the support gems. Being able to stack them is a huge balance overhaul. There's going to be holes in some builds. Some builds are not going to be perfect enough. That's what... But it's an early access game. You have to expect these things. And if you're not emotionally mature enough to be able to handle that, please, fuck off. Fuck off. Just go. Stop playing this game until 1.0. You're not able to handle an early access game. You're just a baby.
Yo, true.
Spent months working their ass off to get this massive content update out, fully aware of the fact that the community's initial reception of it is extremely important. And then a lot of the biggest content creators are just dumping on it within the first 24 hours. And you can't really...
Not even with that, dude. They were crying when Clearfell about Sprint.
Come back.
And I love Sprint. I think Sprint's one of the best additions, if not the best addition for this. As someone who's speed leveling, I just started my second character. I'm flying through the campaign with Sprint. It's amazing.
It's just like, boom. Without them even having time to get a single decent patch out to address some of the issues, they've already lost some significant portion of their player base for the rest of the league.
And we need players right now to test these builds, to get feedback, to get them balanced up. Like, treating this like it's a finished product, like, well, I guess I'm not going to waste my time in this league. Like, you're wasting your time by not helping out with the game.
Okay.
If you want these builds better, like, okay, not everyone, of course, is trying to actively improve the development of the game, but the reason you're playing an early access game is because the developers themselves are saying, hey, this is an unfinished product, and we need your feedback to help balance it and make it better.
You didn't let us say anything negative.
That is what you are signing up for when you play an early access game. You are playing a game that's not done, that's literally what the devs are telling you, and you have to help them make it better. And if you're not mature enough to handle that...
That's once again not even including the people who just decided to not play it at all because of the negative sentiment that they saw online.
They could be playing my Thorns build too, because my Thorns build's great. Everyone who's playing the Thorns build's having fun. but now they're not going to get to play it because they listen to Ziz.
And ultimately, I'm of the belief that so much of that fallout could actually be easily avoided if people were just a little...
Ziz is single-handedly killing Father of XL2. He just fucking said it, shot fucking 5. Fucking ZZ Rand is making everyone quit the fucking game. He's just sold it. Dude, he's told us it's true. ZZ Rand's a net negative to Path of Exile as a whole. And is making it, as you clearly, he's a fucking rat mole. And his secret goal is to make everyone not play the game and quit. Okay? He's not doing any events with the community. Nothing that would make anyone like Path of Exile. Never doing any Path of Exile related giveaways or anything related. No, ZZ Rand is a fucking rat fuck. Trying to take down grinding gear games. For what reason?
More willing to
fucking monetary gains, money. He just wants money, bro, and he doesn't care if he needs to burn GGG to the ground to get it. Goddamn greedy fuck.
Extend the olive branch. Say, yeah, overall, I'm having fun with the patch, but they definitely need to work on this and that.
To me, it's more than that, though. Like, their reactions are so over the top and fake that they're like playing it up to the point to make it look worse than it is. It's not just that they're pointing out bad things. They're pointing out bad things, and they are making them seem worse than they actually are. It's not just they're upset about something. They're rage baiting, and that is clown shit. It's not just like you need to mix in some criticism, or constructive criticism. No, you need to stop being a fuckhead, and then start mixing in some criticism.
Listen up, Ziz! Listen. Fucking stop being a fuckhead, okay? And dying to monkeys and shit and saying the game's bad, for real, on God. Now, straight up.
Constructive criticism.
Or just attempt to keep everything in perspective a little bit better. After all, a lot of these streamers that mercilessly shit on the game have already put 2,000 plus hours into it in the last 8 months.
No, they haven't. No, that's where you're wrong, Vin.
Dude,
that's where you're wrong. I have grinded this game so much. I had 17 builds in endgame last patch, and I had 15 in 0.1. I just hit over 2,000 hours. None of these, I promise you, none of these streamers have over 1,000 hours in this game.
Yo!
They are tourists. Don't give them that benefit of a doubt, Vin. None of them have 2,000 hours in this game. I just barely hit 2,000, and I grind it like crazy.
He is the GOAT.
If they have 2,000 hours, it's because they're AFK in their hideout, lying about the game for 1,000 of those hours.
Did you know that he was in red maps? Bro. Do you know that he was in red? He was dominating the said build bosses. Popping the fuck straight up. These fucking tourists what is AFK in their fucking hideouts? Sub 2,000 hours, and yeah, dude, what am I? I'm a giga tourist shit. Where are we? How much tourist am I? Holy fuck. Not even 4 digits, bro. 700 hour Andy. Probably majority in the hideout as well, on God.
And they'll definitely be...
But if they had 2,000 hours of play in this game, they'd be able to navigate the campaign in less than 12 hours. Like the rest of us can. We can do it in 6.
Playing it for 8+ hours a day, every single day for the next...
Bro, you day longer than 6 hours? You're fucking subhuman tourist fuck! Okay, you need to get lost, you fuckhead, okay? Because you're only ruining the game.
A few weeks straight.
They won't, though. They're tourists. They're gonna be gone soon.
So is it really as bad?
And they're not playing for 12+ hours a day. They're watching reaction videos for half of it.
Dude, that's
or
me!
They're just like looking at Path of Building. This isn't a Path of Building game. You have to learn the mechanics. I'm sorry, guys. This is an unhinged video from me, but I am so over these streamers. I know this is like a bad thing. I'm burning some bridges. I don't care. This is how I feel. And I'm sick and tired of
I'll be honest, I love this guy for this. Like, finding out this guy plays Thorns, and he's just based, bro. He's got... His takes are, like, fucking heinous. They're heinous. They're terrible, but I love the way he full sends them and how passionate he is. Bro, the fact he pauses videos just to sigh Okay. Some of the bro, this is next level.
People just making this game and this community just so unbearably toxic.
That they're betting on. Anyways, though, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up the video here. Those of you that already watched me know that I don't like to get involved in drama, and this is ultimately just my opinion and feelings. But after seeing this same exact thing happen 2 leagues in a row,
it's gonna happen the next league, brother. It's gonna happen the next league.
And in some regard, it's gonna happen in every game ever released. There's gonna be people who say negative things about whatever it is you're playing. There's always gonna be some thing that someone doesn't like. Guess what? That's life. That's life.
It happened when the game launched. Yep. As well, I feel like someone just needs to come out and give the opposite perspective, even though it'll probably just get drowned out by all the negativity.
No, brother. I'm gonna be preaching your name for the next several months.
This is very positive
Lastly,
video.
I just wanted to clarify that
this is a very positive video, by the way. Very positive. Like shitting all these guys, calling them like dumb fucks and shit, like taking them out of context, clip chimping the shit out of them. This very positive, bro. Like, dude, this super positive W video. Gonna get drowned out by the negativity. This for sure isn't negative at all, bro. Like this video you've made here.
If you are a content creator and you think I was specifically talking about you, or you got overly offended by this video, then wake
good.
Wake up, little bro.
Wake up, little bro. Wake up, little bro. Air spin. Yes. Don't sugarcoat it. If yes, all of those people at the front of the video, go fuck yourself.
An end-game update.
Grow the hell up. Grow the hell up.
Should be the
I know that you average Reddit right here. This is crazy, bro.
I need to grow up. This is an insanely immature reaction, but
oh my god.
For you guys, if you're watching this the day it gets posted, and with that, take it easy, chefs. I'll catch you in the next one.
Ben, you got a fan for life. I was already subbed to you. I've already shown off some of your builds in some of my previous videos, but you have made me not a fan of just the build maker, Vin, but of you, the person. You have character. You have some nuts, brother. You have some nuts. I agree with everything he said. It's gonna continue to happen. We need to call this out more.
Fucking ZZ ran.
Watch this week's podcast. I assume me and Rabbit are going pretty ham, but yeah, this is going to be a long video, and it's going to be a little disjointed. I'm sorry, I don't normally do reaction videos. I know for those of you who normally watch reaction videos, it's probably obnoxious with all the pausing and random interjections, but
dude,
I am so over that audience. I'm so over them. And we, as the PoE2 community, keep in mind we are the PoE2 community, we need to start drowning them out.
True. Drown them out.
We're not putting up with their nonsense anymore. Thank you, Vin.
Yo, preach, bro, preach. Yo, down with ZZ Ran! Down with ZZ Ran, bro! These fucking tourists need to get the goddamn message. Alright, get the fuck out of here. You fucking tourists.
You're so fucking stupid, you don't even deserve to suck my dick. In fact, all you deserve is to open your mouth like this on a hot day while my balls get sweaty and my ball sweat drips down your mouth, and that's even too good.
Take your time.
You don't say.
Bro, why? What the hell? I don't know. Okay, okay. Why'd you link me that clip? I mean, some of the worst takes I think I've ever heard in my life. His pausing was unparalleled. Like, I don't even know, dude, the comically loud spacebar with the fucking just interjecting with nothing of value, just over and over again, just cracked me up. I couldn't stop. Load. I don't even know, dude. When he just paused and then just breathed, he just breathed into his mic, and then unpaused. I don't even like this guy's on another level than I am. Okay, on God. Okay, what's this? Okay, here we go. Is this the God Gamer? Is this him? Oh, it's him. It's the guy. So this is the guy. This is the GGG guy.
You can quip Chernobyl right the moment you get it.
The mechanical god himself. Oh shit!
Even before you go Avatar Fire, but yep.
Oh shit!
That's nice, man. I have a lot of friends that they will come and watching your streaming, man. But you have get more live views before they will come, man.
The
Okay.
hardest boss for Thorns of the map boss. And he just has the most.
No. Just no. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson. A topic I frequently get asked about is how to keep online games secure. Today I'd like to talk about one specific aspect of this, and in my opinion, the most interesting one, game protocol security. When you think about the security of an online game, there are many different things you could mean. Let's go through them quickly. So first up, we've got the traditional security of the game server. This is making sure that people can't break into the physical server that's housing the online game. And there are ways to do this. You can keep the server firewalled so only you can access it. You can only expose the game service itself so there's no other ports that people can connect to. You can keep the server patched. You can run intrusion detection software. This is all very standard stuff for system administrators, and it's not usually the method that people use to cheat in online games. Secondly, you've got user account security. This is making sure that users are the only ones who can log into their own accounts so that other people can't hack in and get their stuff. And this is usually solved by educating users about unique passwords, adding additional authentication factors, detecting suspicious activity in logins. And while some economic problems come from account theft, they're usually moderately zero-sum, and so they're not the type of cheating that we're going to be talking about today, though it is an important area. Next up, we've got detecting client-side modification of the game. Now, ideally, this is solved by making sure that the game runs what's called a server authoritative model, where the server is the one that makes all the important decisions, and the client is merely there to display the state to the user and take their input. Now, of course, some games, like first-person shooters, can't solely rely on this, because they need a little bit of information for latency reasons, you know, so that people don't pop as they appear around a corner. And so some information has to be sent to them a bit early. And in these cases, there is some advantage by people modifying their clients to get access to that information. Now, in that case, it's worth running client-side modification detection software, often known as anti-cheat, and in some cases, this could be quite intrusive. There's quite a lot of drama about kernel-level anti-cheat going around, where it's deeply embedded inside your operating system in order to be at a lower level than the cheating software that the bad guys are running. This is an important area, but not one that I want to focus on today. So next up, we've got game logic bugs that don't require protocol manipulation. These are ones that can be done with an unmodified game client and no additional tools. For example, there was an RPG a number of years ago where players were able to, without using any tools, just clicking buttons in the user interface, duplicate trillions of gold in its auction house system. Now, of course, because this becomes quite widespread and public very quickly due to no tools being necessary, it's usually possible, once the bug has been fixed, for the developers to roll back
So what
this
do you
database
think
to the point
and which
before it
day do
occurred,
you want
essentially
to
undoing
streaming
the
again?
economic damage. You can and should.
Every day. Every day till I pass out, I guess. Mother it is. Mother time.
Try to solve all of the above. But once your team has got these perfect, don't think that your online game is unhackable. In this
Coffee.
video, I'll explain that it may still be wide open.
More coffee.
I'm going to be talking about logic bugs in games that can be exploited by manipulating the game's client-to-server communication protocol.
Jereyev.
So I guess we should start with what is a
Welcome to
protocol.
my channel.
So let's use an example of going to a concert and handing over your ticket to enter. So a protocol is the communication of information that is expected between two parties. And in this case, the protocol is that you hand over your concert ticket and the ticket scanner person confirms whether you're allowed to enter the venue and where you can sit. So clearly the correct way that people handle this these days is the ticket has a unique code, the guy scans it, it looks the ticket up in a database and makes sure that it's a real ticket before they let you in. And it gives other information like telling when it was booked, how much it cost, where you should be sitting, and so on. But what if their protocol wasn't as well thought out and was missing some steps? Maybe you could hand them a ticket from yesterday's concert and they wouldn't realize the date was wrong and they'd let you in anyway. Maybe you could hand them your friend's ticket, the one they just used, and they'd let you in even though that ticket has already been consumed. Maybe you could alter your ticket to say you were actually sitting in VIP seats and they wouldn't be able to tell, they'd just tell you where to sit. These deficiencies in the checks are what we call protocol exploits, because they are where the modification of data to the server causes behavior that was not intended. So what does this mean in terms of online games? Well, the equivalent of handing over your concert ticket is sending a packet of data to the game server. Let's have a look at what a packet is. So let's say in an online game you want to travel to a specific location. So you'd send some data to the server indicating your desire to do so. The first part of the data you send is the packet ID, which is where you say I want to travel to that location. You then send the X and Y coordinates of identifying where you want to go, and maybe some additional information like whether you want to walk or run to that location. We're going to be getting a little technical in this talk, and that means having a look at exactly how this is represented in data that is sent to the server. So I've indicated the different widths of the fields here. This is how many bits it takes to represent that particular piece of data. For example, the travel to location indicator is in an 8-bit field, giving you 256 possible types of packets you could send to the server, which is typical. The X and Y coordinates in this case are both 32 bits, allowing a very wide game world. And finally, the additional information, whether the character is walking or running, is represented in 8 bits, though I should note, of course, that walk or run could be done in 1 bit, but we like to keep things as a multiple of whole bytes. Now let's have a look at the actual data that's going to be put into this packet. Now in this talk, I'm going to be using hexadecimal notation. This is where a byte of information is represented by 2 hex digits that contain values from 0 through 9 and A through F, representing 16 possibilities per digit. And so each of the bytes here is 2 of the characters you see on the screen, prefixed by 0x. So in this example game, travel to location is packet ID 4. We've set the X and Y coordinates to 6,000 and 8,000 respectively in hex, and travel type is number 1, which let's just say corresponds to running. And so the packet you transmit to the server is the following bytes: 40060, 00080, 01. And when the server receives this, it's able to decode it and work out what you meant you wanted to do. So you probably want some examples from real games. Thankfully, you came to the right place. Now, a lot of people assume that I just collect Magic the Gathering cards, but I also have a collection of stories about protocol exploits in online games. I'm going to talk about some exploits today without being too specific about what game they're in, though I'm sure you can work it out for a few of them. Also, everything I'm discussing here has been fixed a long, long time ago. I'm going to be fabricating examples of packets. I have no idea what the actual protocols look like for these games. I'm also going to be fabricating some pseudocode showing how the packet handlers on the server likely looked and how we can fix them. Our first example is a relatively tame one. There was a massively multiplayer game a number of years ago that had a packet that the client sends to the server when the player wants to initiate a sit-down action. And this packet contains the player's ID. And so you can see here we send 14, which is a packet number that I've ascribed to it, followed by the ID of the player. Now on these slides I'm going to be using big endian notation for simplicity. Some games don't, they send the least significant byte first, but for readability we're using this notation. When the packet arrived at the server, it had a handler that looked something like this. Now I'm using a Rust-like pseudocode here for these examples. This obviously isn't what the actual code looks like. But essentially what this one did is it took the player ID the player sent in, it looks up that player and initiates a sit-down request on it. The problem is they were doing no checks at all to make sure that the player was the actual person who initiated the action, and because of this you could cause other players to sit down. If you sent a different player ID in there, their character would immediately interrupt what it's doing and sit down just like they pressed the appropriate action in their game client. And so in order to fix this, we need to check to make sure that the player ID corresponding to this connection is the same one that's specified in the packet. Now, you may be wondering, why can people even specify a player ID if it must be the one for their own player? And that's a great question. And so a better solution here is to modify the packet so that it just contains the sit-down byte. You basically say to the server, I want to sit down, and it says, I know who you are, let's do that. And you don't have the ability to refer to other players. So many years ago, a popular RTS game had the concept of rally points. That's where you can select, say, your barracks, and say, when you finish creating a unit, I would like it to run to this location, and you could choose XY coordinates nearby that the building would send the unit to. And this, of course, is useful for RTS players who want to have their produced troops appear at the front of their base or whatever. The packet for this looks something like this. After specifying the packet ID for set rally point, you then specify the building and the X and Y coordinates that you wanted to set it to. Now, they had no checks to make sure that the building was actually one of your buildings, and because of this, it was possible to set the enemy's rally points to an arbitrary location of your choosing, for example, in front of your defenses, so every time they produce a unit, it runs off to get shot by one of your towers. The handler on the server side looks something along the lines of this pseudocode. Essentially, when a building is passed in, it gets the building, sets the rally point, and doesn't consider that the building might not be on the correct team. And so a correct solution would look something like this. In this case, we check the team of the building to make sure that it's equivalent to the one that actually issued the order. Otherwise, it bails out. So the next example is slightly more complicated. There was an RPG that came out a number of years ago that included the ability to identify items using a magic scroll or tome, and the packet it used for that looked like the following. After specifying identify item, you then include the item ID for the scroll that you're using to identify it and the item that you're identifying. And both of these are necessary pieces of information because you could be using a different scroll, and so that's the one you want to be consumed. You do need to specify which one it is. The handler looks something like this. The first thing it did was it used the scroll. It then checked to see if the item was a scroll, identified the target, and if that succeeded, it would then destroy the scroll. Now, there's a hole here. If you specify an item that isn't actually a scroll, it still gets used by the handler. And there are various other items other than scrolls that can be used. For example, potions. And so if you pass in a potions ID instead of a scrolls ID, it will successfully consume that, but it doesn't get up to the part of the code that destroys the potion because no item was identified. And this meant that players were able to take a really powerful potion and to use it over and over without it going away. So a way to fix this is to make sure that you always destroy the item if you're using it, and that means moving the use item command to be inside the check right next to destroy item. In another online RPG from around the same time period, they had a trade system that supported the idea of putting stacked items in trade. For example, if you had 5 emeralds and you wanted to put them in trade, you can put all 5 in together. And this meant that the offer item for trade packet had to include a quantity value of how many items from that stack you wanted to move in. And so this is what the packet could have looked like. It specified an item ID and a quantity, the number of units. So while this makes perfect sense for items that can be stacked, the same packet was also used for items that can't be, such as your equipment, and in this case it would always send a quantity of 1. So for example, if I was to put my sword in trade, it would say that Chris has put 1 copy of his sword in trade, which I guess makes sense because I only had 1 copy of that item in the first place. But players worked out that they were able to manipulate the protocol to put 0 copies of their item in trade, and this created a 0 size stack in the trade screen that the other person would get if they accepted the trade. The problem was, because equipment doesn't show a stack size, you know, a sword is just 1 sword, it didn't show that it was a stack of 0 of the sword, it just looked like a sword, but players received 0 when they completed the trade. And so this was essentially a trade hack. People were able to basically lie about the item that the other person would get and scam them to get something in return. The packet handler on the server would have looked something like this. It did some checks to make sure that the quantity wasn't larger than the stack size, it did check some invalid values, but it wasn't thorough enough. And so a fix like this, where it bails out if the quantity you're specifying is 0 for an item, would have prevented this problem. A better solution would be to have a different packet for items that have no quantity, so that quantity isn't even specified. In this case, you just say, I want to put my sword in trade, and have no ability to specify a quantity. And then the server, after doing thorough ownership checks to make sure that you actually have the sword, would then put it in the trade screen. While developing online games, developers often include cheating or internal testing tools in their game client, so they're able to skip around the world and do things they can't normally do to be able to test the game more efficiently. And one way they can do this is by adding extra fields to packets with that functionality, though it's normal to remove these before you actually publish the game. In this particular MMORPG, the accept quest packet had an unknown field at the end of it. And so if you want to accept, say, quest B7, you specify that, but you also have to include these extra 4 bytes of zeros for no reason. When players looked into this, they didn't find any case where the game client actually sent any value other than zeros, but they decided to fiddle with it. And so they tried setting the final value to a 1. And what they found here was that the quest was accepted regardless of any other conditions. It could be a quest they've already completed, it could be a quest that wasn't even offered to them, and that enabled them to redo quests over and over. Due to this cheating functionality that used to be there and was half stripped out, the packet handler in the server would have looked something like this. Ideally, it would check to make sure the quest status was not started, or whatever the valid status is for you to be able to start a quest, but in this case it was a check where it also passed if this unknown value is specified as 1. Now clearly the correct solution here is to remove that data from the packet, remove that data from the handler, and to have no mention of it left in the game. If it's not needed for testing anymore, then it shouldn't be part of the released version of the game. The next exploit is quite an interesting one. In this other online RPG, there was the concept of dismantling items. This is where when you find an item, you can break it down into raw materials instead of selling it to the vendor or whatever, and then I assume that you can use these to craft other items in the game. Now the packet for that would have looked something like this. You specify the item to dismantle, and that's sensible, right? You do obviously have to say which item you're referring to. Now their packet handler on the server appeared to do quite a lot of checks. It checked to make sure that if the item had an owner, that the owner was the player doing the dismantle. It checked to make sure that the item wasn't on the ground. It checked to make sure that the item wasn't equipped. It checked a bunch of stuff, and because of this, it wasn't possible to dismantle most of the arbitrary items in the game that you encountered. But they had a small hole, and that was to do with quests. You could go to a quest giver, and you could ask to view information about a quest, and it would explain to you what the quest entails, and it would also show you the item you'd receive if you completed the quest. But the way the game worked was when it showed you the item, it did it by making that item, putting it in the quest giver's inventory, and then sending it to you so you can see it as a displayable item. But that gave you its ID, and players worked out that if they dismantle that item that the vendor has, they're able to get the components from it. And then they can close the window, reopen it again, and say, hey, show me that quest one more time, dismantle that item, and repeat, essentially generating infinite materials as a result of merely viewing a quest. And so that's a hole in this functionality here. They didn't include a thing that checks to see if the item is in a vendor, and it just basically wasn't as tight as it should be. And so a better solution might be something like this. In this case, we check to make sure the item is in your main inventory, restricting you to only being able to dismantle items that you physically have in your main inventory. Now, if we're really thinking about it, a lot of the problem here stems from the fact that they're specifying a global ID for an item. They're able to refer to any item in the game, and that the handler has to basically rule out all of the ones that we don't want to consider. So a cleaner way to do it may be the following. I've changed the dismantle item packet so that instead of including an item ID, it includes an index into your main inventory. So what I'm talking about here is it puts all the items in your main inventory in a sequence, numbered like 1, 2, 3, and so on, and we're referring to the third item here as the one we want to dismantle. And that means there is no way to refer to items that are not in your main inventory. If you want to refer to an item on the ground, or in the shop, or on another player, you literally can't, because all you can do is specify numbers up to the number of items in your main inventory. And then as long as your packet handler makes sure that you can't refer to items outside of there, then it's safe. And generally speaking, this is a good way of doing packet handlers for online games. If it's possible to refer to something, it's nice to reduce the scopes and no invalid items may be referred to. So the last exploit I want to talk about is my favorite one, and that's because so many things went wrong at the same time. So this one took place in a massively multiplayer game that came out a number of years ago. And this game had a beautiful world with vast soaring cliffs and beaches and so on, and one of the consequences of vast soaring cliffs is that you can fall off. Now, the game had a problem, and the problem was that they decided they wanted to have a 2D representation of the world on the server for efficiency reasons. Now, I totally understand why, right? Like, if you're doing 2D math for combat, everything is a lot faster, it's a lot simpler, you can just fit a lot more players on the server. 2D is really good. But how are you handling fall damage when you only have a 2D representation of the world? And the way they handled this was that when a player falls off a cliff and hits the ground, the client the player is running kind of reports itself to the server and says, hey, I fell this distance and I want to take some fall damage. Now, of course, this isn't great because a person manipulating the protocol could just fail to send the packet, right? Like, they can modify the client so that it can fall off cliffs and then never sends its own fall damage packet, causing it to never take fall damage. And that's certainly an exploit, right? Now, people can run around and not take fall damage. It also lets a player modify the fall damage that they took to maybe a lower value, which is potentially plausible if they're worried about being detected just completely never taking fall damage. Unfortunately, that was only the tip of the iceberg with this packet, so you'll notice that it contains a player ID, and what we learned earlier in this video was don't include player IDs when the only valid one is your own player. So of course the hackers decided to see what would happen if they changed the player ID to someone else, and sure enough, the fall damage they reported was then inflicted on that other player. So now they have an arbitrary damage packet they can send that just instantly kills other players. And when they were testing this, they realized that it worked on GMs. The admins who were in the game to fix problems when people got stuck or whatever, you could just arbitrarily kill them with full damage. In fact, you could spam the entire range of player IDs because they were sequential and kill everyone on the server apart from yourself if you wanted to. Needless to say, this had to get fixed, and it wasn't pretty because they didn't have the 3D information on the server. It was very hard to just make a small tweak to the handler. So the way the packet handler worked on the server was probably something like this. They specify the player ID and the fall distance, it calculates the fall damage from that, deals it to the player, and as we've discussed, it's very important to restrict the player ID to only be the one associated with this connection so you can't report the fall damage for other players. Now, I was going to do a slide showing how we can remove that from the packet, but to be completely honest, the whole concept of doing it like this is completely wrong. So every exploit we've talked about today occurred in a game where the designers of that game had correctly chosen to use a server authoritative model, even if they screwed it up in the implementation. And every single one of those exploits was probably not introduced by a back-end programmer of that game in charge of security. They were all very likely introduced by gameplay programmers who were just implementing features in the game and not fully thinking through what they're doing. So if you're running an online game and want to keep it secure, what can you do about this? Well, the first step is education. Honestly, show this video to your junior gameplay programmers. It may open their eyes about some of the things that they need to do in terms of server validation of these checks. Do not rely on client-only validation. If you have something checked on the client so that it can't send invalid values, that's just going to get turned off by the hackers. So protocol encryption seems like a good idea, right? I mean, after all, if the protocol is encrypted, how are people going to modify it in transit? But unfortunately, it doesn't really help in this case. Because the game is running on the user's computer, they can pull out the private keys and they can decrypt the protocol. And in many cases, people were using man-in-the-middle proxies where they feed it the private keys from the game client to avoid making modifications to the game client that could potentially be detected. Also, client-side hack detection isn't necessarily very useful here. While it's great for detecting bots and other persistent cheat programs, it doesn't necessarily detect small modifications to the protocol done in very, very subtle ways by attackers. Interestingly, what actually does help is using online game streaming services. If someone's playing a game with something like GeForce Now, then they get no exposure to the actual game client's memory or its protocol. They have no way to actually manipulate what it's sending because they're basically interacting with a streamed copy of the game. Of course, that's not practical as the only way to release your game, but it is an interesting consequence of those services. So to avoid these kind of problems, you basically need to sanitize your packet handlers as much as possible. Consider every code path regarding hostile packets. Basically red team them, and for every parameter that you've got, you have to pretend that someone's manipulating it to see what would happen if they tried different permutations of that. You should cull any unnecessary or debug fields from your packets, just get them out of there. You should look at every ID that you're passing in and reduce the scope so it can only refer to items or other entities that you want someone to be able to refer to in the context of that packet. Also, you should note that if you have shared validation code where your client and server both do the same set of checks on some data, that may expose flaws to the attacker. Once they know that it's shared code, they're able to examine the version on the client that they've disassembled and get a good insight into how the server works. The unfortunate reality is that if you're working on a game with an online economy or competitive aspects, then it's incredibly critical to get all of these things perfect. There are a lot of very smart people who will go through your game with a fine-tooth comb and find these issues to abuse. This kind of thing can completely sink the launch of a new game, as it wrecks the fun for all the players who aren't cheating. And it's a real shame to see the work of hundreds of talented developers go to waste because no one wants to play the game due to a few small oversights in a packet handler somewhere. Developers of these games also need to be prepared to deal with problems that occur after launch. You need to have good logging tools, you need to have databases that can be able to be rolled back. It's important to be able to track where the wealth of the economy comes from, to be able to replay what players were doing in game. There's a whole bunch of stuff there, and I'd be happy to do more videos on that in the future. In addition, this is only the tip of the iceberg with regard to this game exploitation stuff. There's a bunch of other stuff related to timing exploits, lagging servers, save consistency, and so on. If you'd be interested in that in a future video, let me know, and I'd be happy to make that too. In the meantime, thanks very much for watching. I know it was a complicated technical subject this time, but I enjoyed it. Thanks very much. Remember to like the video and subscribe, and I'll see you next time.
No.
All right, it's time to kill some buggy boys. The Helldivers have liberated Hellmire. Though the ever-oppressive gloom would have our forces running scared, the mindless Terminids have severely underestimated the Helldivers. Yeah, don't they always? With hearts full of patriotic song, fists clenched around patriotic triggers, and ears agape to the call of patriotic adventure, they have achieved the impossible, as was inevitable. So we're heading to a hive world.
Oh, hey, Kelski.
Are you guys in a raid?
Cat just joined us, so we technically have 4, but...
Motherfucker.
I know. I could leave. I could leave. You guys can play without me.
What about my content?
I'm a YouTuber. You have to cater to me.
I'm tubing. Always poop on the clock, gentlemen.
Oh my god, what the fuck is happening over there? Always good to have another hero on board.
Back.
Bring it in.
Oh, bring it here.
Bring it in. And then I got something special for you.
Would you get in the fucking pod?
Oh, how do you do? Wait, how do you do that again?
Nope, nope. Don't tell him. Don't tell him. Bro, look at all the ODSTs, and then I'm the one recon. Hell yeah.
Oh, this guy, he thinks he's special. He's not a fucking grunt like the rest of us.
No, I'm higher than that. Hey, I'm a YouTuber. I'm a YouTuber, okay?
I don't have a job, okay?
I don't.
Get your MA5s ready, baby.
We're dropping his ODSTs. We're dropping into hell.
Oh my god, wait, are we dropping? Oh my god, we're doing the D and ODST.
Sir, yes, sir.
You can't tell me about the book. I can't fucking read.
Plasma grenade betrayal.
All right, I'm calling in my mech. Mech is here, boys. I'll take out that nest, don't you worry.
There's something digging in the fucking sand.
Yes,
what the fuck?
yes, there is. Blast it!
Why can't I get
Oh god, they're below the ground. Oh my god, we haven't even left our spawn.
Oh, dude, that shit's the elephant from Halo. Look at that thing.
Yeah, bro, they added the elephant into Helldivers before Halo Infinite. Yo, is my leg broken or something? Oh my god! What? He's got a gun!
Oh my god.
Yep, there he is. Let him have it.
He's fucking armored, dude. He's just deflecting my shit like Genji.
Oh god.
Shoot him in the mouth.
Oh god.
You're good, you're good, you're good. Shoot him in the mouth.
I think this thing ran out of ammo.
Jesus, they're all over me. Oh. Oh god, I'm so dead. Oh god, look out. Objective failed. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh, blow up the car.
What are you doing?
Oh my god, no way.
We need to leave. We need to leave.
Extraction available. Jesus Christ. You guys were in charge. Spenny, you were in charge of the train. You're the train guy.
What am I supposed to do for you?
Yeah, what am I? Perfect response. Oh god. Okay, just head to extraction. We will leave in disgrace. Oh.
What kind of fucking charger is
Oh
that?
my god, these are totally different bugs too.
Reinforcement tablet.
Oh my, thank you. Thank you so much, Kelski.
Oh,
You fucking killed me.
Democracy has landed. Don't worry.
Oh my god. As if failing the mission wasn't disgrace enough.
I'll take your dog tags home, buddy. Don't worry. This is insane.
Oh my god, I'm getting absolutely shat on right now. Oh god. We can't even make it to the fucking extraction beacon. Oh god, please call it.
Yeah, we gotta call this shit. We gotta call this shit.
We got it off. Oh my god, I'm the last one alive.
Okay,
Not for long.
I think there's different extraction methods.
Oh god.
Have you guys taken out any outposts?
We spawned in and then are immediately trying to leave. The big guy's back up. He's back up. Oh boy. Good thing I brought in those extra reinforcements. Oh my god. We're not gonna last a minute and a half.
Actor, come here. Knock some sense in me. I'm scared of my legs.
Oh, stim you. Shit. Okay. Are you stuck?
I'm stuck on something. Somebody got my leg.
Fuck. I can't help you. I can't help you.
What am I supposed to do?
What am I supposed to do for you? What am I supposed to do for you?
Oh my god, where am I? I'm on it! I'm on the fucking hive lord! Guys, guys,
Oh, he took me out!
You were on top of the thing?
I was until he went back under the ground. 30 seconds, boys.
Oh, you haven't even exfilled yet?
No. We have no lives. All right.
10 seconds, please. Just one guy has to make it, dude. Just one.
Ghost, look out! Air bogeys! Oh. Ah, fuck!
Ghost, you got it. It's all you, baby.
You're the last one. You have to make it.
It's all you.
You have to live to tell the tale.
Oh my god, he fucking made it. There's
Wow.
no way. That's why he's a level 110, boys.
Imagine being that
Right
guy
there.
coming back to the ship just fucking shaking and being rattled at what you just witnessed. Zero mission objectives, 3 failed extracts. I'm thinking 1 star. Oh, not even 1 star. Not even 1, dog. Dear God, Spenny with 11 deaths. Dear God. Well, look at this guy. Look at this guy, man. At least I'm Halo. At least I'm Halo. Bro.
Ew, look at this loser.
Dude, this is so cringe and gay,
Drop
man.
my nuts into your mouth, bro.
Dude, I'm gonna say some slurs right now. I'm gonna say some slurs if you don't change. Loretta Kelly's on the TV.
Oh. Guys, it's a graph. That means something.
Well, got the stacking donuts on it. Look at that.
As ants fail to solve simple puzzles.
Ants failed to solve puzzles. Now we have a question to ask.
Lower the difficulty.
No.
Down to impossible?
Yeah, at least down to impossible. We don't want to go too low now.
I don't know if you've been keeping up on current events, but we just got our asses kicked, pal. Nuke Nursery? Nuke Nursery.
What? Bring a 500 kilo bomb for these motherfuckers, dude.
Yeah, that might be the play. All right, boys. Round 2.
If only we had a full squad of ODSTs, this would be a piece of cake.
Oh, is that the reason we got our asses kicked?
I'm gonna die.
There we go.
You know
That's
what?
coming
That's fine.
Oh boy.
Oh, he's already.
He died a hero.
The bugs are digging up after the gator. Oh god.
Is the gator secured? No, I got a bunch of samples, boys. Bunch of samples over here. Holy mother. I don't know. Should we really be collecting samples of these things? Sounds like heresy.
Put a bug in the jar.
Are you?
Put the bug in the jar.
Yeah, that's gonna...
Protect the... Oh my god, it's a big boy.
Drive fast.
Fuck the mech. The mech is dead.
Got it.
I have to abandon. Oh god.
I got it.
Okay, we got one. Get it out of there. Get the gator out. Get it out. Oh god. Go. I'm covering you. Oh god. I dropped 10 samples. The giant bug got me. Oh, that's a bit. Oh boy. Big boy. He's right next to me.
He's going for the YouTuber. It's okay. Good job.
Oh god. Throw it.
Hold out your arms.
Throw it. Oh my god.
It's been nice knowing you.
Oh my god.
Oh my. Can I get a gunner?
I'm coming. Oh fuck. The charger got my ass.
Liberty. My god.
I need my helmet back. I need it back.
Oh my god. Why am I spawning on that? Oh.
He sent me into the fucking sky. Oh no.
He's launching us to the moon.
Well, Benny is going on a field trip.
I'm out.
Wait, what?
With the gator.
Objective failed. Oh my god. Oh my sweet Jesus. He's right next to me.
He's right behind me, isn't he, guys?
He is right behind me. All right, we got it. We fucking failed again.
Oh, it's over. It's over. I shouldn't have called you over. He wants the YouTuber. He don't want me.
Oh, watch out.
Bye.
Oh, he's spraying that shit.
Bye, guys. Where am I going?
Where is he going?
I didn't die.
Oh my god. Wow.
I actually just survived.
Oh god, they got me. I was waiting for you guys. I could have gotten in.
Wait, I'm coming.
Yeah, get in. Just get in.
Oh my
I got the
god,
samples.
I'm going through.
I got the samples. It's okay.
I'm coming.
Oh, what is that? What is that? It's just a wall of bugs on your screen. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
What is this?
Wow.
What is this game? Oh.
It's a tidal wave.
Hello?
Yeah, I swapped to Kelsey's POV. It is literally a wall of bugs.
Man, seeing ODST armor just smothered in blood looks so good. If only Halo had blood like this.
Mm-hmm. Remember the Flood? Remember those guys?
Yeah, remember when Halo was good?
So we have a couple options. We could stay on this planet, maybe lower the difficulty one more time. Do we keep the difficulty or
Let's do 7. Let's do suicide mission.
Here, this one has nuke nursery and the gator.
Let's actually nuke the nursery first.
Yes, we need to rally. We need to rally after that. All right, looks like we're going into the caves. All right, boys, we got this one in the bag. Yeah, let's clear this north side first. Look at that patriot, man. Look at that guy carrying the flag in a battle. Oh my God, what is that? What is it? It's the dragon. It's the fucking dragon.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, well.
Oh.
Bring it down. Bring it down. Oh, he's spit. We got him. We got him. We got his ass.
Nice. It's a dragon. It's a dragon.
What do you mean? We just killed it.
I'm going down. I'm going down, boys. I got the flag waving high. Stop.
Oh my God, did you kill it with that?
I think I saw his wings fall down. I think he's
Oh my God, you got it. You got him. Oh God, I burned to death. Why is there a third one? Fuck off, dude.
What the fuck was that?
That was a bug underground. We now we go stealth. We go stealth.
Yeah. Let's get this shit, boys.
Boys, I found a way. I found a way.
Wish me luck, boys.
Found it? Where?
Oh. Right in there. Okay. The mech is here, boys.
I need to charge out my fucking flag and just nuke the entire inside.
You know you could drop the hell bomb, right?
Never.
Kelski, you got to think about yourself, man, and your kids back home.
They can grow up to be helldivers just like me. They can follow my footsteps.
They'll understand one day. Look at these gross, disgusting nests. We are in the bug holes now, boys. Yo, we're getting close. We're getting close. Oh my God, why did you run into me?
Wait, give me back.
Jesus.
You're on your own with that.
Oh shit. Mech is down. Mech. Where are these nurseries, man? No, God, no, God. That's the fucking, that is bait. I see some kind of nest over here. I'm gonna go solo, see if I can take it out. I see like a nest back here, but there's just, fuck, man. Okay, screw the nest. Let's go for the main objectives. Yo, there is a tunnel outside. I could see if I could call in a resupply outside. Oh, that is more bugs.
I need to see this go off. I need to see this democracy.
Oh, thank God. Thank God.
Yeah, dude, that was only one nest. We got 2 more of these motherfuckers.
Don't worry. I think we got this in the bag. All right, Kelski's taking point over there. Let's follow him.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
Oh shit, man. Dude, those ones that bury and attack you. Shit. I got one more mech. I can bring it in. Fellas, I'm coming in with the big guns.
I'm doing it, boys. Now's the time.
Yo, are we doing the objective? Are we doing it? I'm covering. It's gonna blow? Oh shit. Oh, awesome. Okay, we just got one more. One more. All right, fellas, we gotta regroup. We gotta pull this together, man. I want to go home and see my kids. Oh my God, I can see the sky again. Holy shit. Fellas, on me. I think I found a cave. Fellas, I found it. Calling it in. Calling in the drill. Requesting backup. Oh God, there's one right behind you. Holy shit. Backup. Request backup.
Where's the fucking door?
I don't know.
I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead.
Oh God. Oh God. Shoot them. Fuck. Oh my God. Okay. We got 2 minutes until the next reinforcement.
I know. I do need to start bringing like regular grenades.
Oh my God, dude. I just ran a complete circle. Why didn't I just drop down? Oh my God, we got it.
I didn't realize that was.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
I didn't realize that was on.
Oh boy. I got no stims. I got no stims, dog. Oh, fuck. We did it though. We completed the mission. Oh.
We did.
God.
Holy shit, man.
Bro, this new update, man. Where we go? I think, couldn't we spawn over here and then work our way through the caves?
Oh, we just kill everything.
Yeah. I'll bring in a recon vehicle. Oh man, this fucking game. All right, I'll bring in the vehicle once we hit the other side. Dude, the autocannon is so good because it kills the bugs while they're underground. Oh my God.
There's only one thing to do here.
Bro, a flamethrower would also be so good. Honestly, I might bring a flamethrower. I think it is a little cheeky that they dig up out of the ground and then immediately attack you. And like if you don't have an explosive weapon or something, like
you just gotta dodge them and shoot them in the butt.
Oh my God, that's stalkers. Stalkers spotted. Stalkers spotted.
Yeah, we're gonna find their nest. We're gonna find the nest fucking ASAP.
Yep.
I see it. I see the nest.
Do you?
Yep.
Oh, thank God. Oh, dude, this
fucking
is
die, bro.
This is fucked, man. Look at this. It's like in this shitty little corner. Like if you get stuck back here.
It's a fucking flag.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's a true patriot right there.
I found a fucking shrieker nest in case you were, you know, bored.
Yes, let's do that.
And a dragon. God damn.
Kelski, you and I, we could try this one up here.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm coming.
Oh, there he is.
I found a nest. Okay, there's a couple chargers in here.
Okay, but I'm wondering how.
Oh yeah, look out.
Plate B. Oh my God.
Oh, thank goodness.
Oh fuck, they cornered me.
Where? I'm coming. You're good. You're good. Oh!
Oh, I found a base up here. Please have supplies. Fucking please have supplies, dude.
All right, boys, let's get out of here. Let's get out of here before I die. Let's get the fuck up out of here.
Get me that. I need some fucking ammo.
Don't worry, I got something better. Oh, there's ammo right here. I'll take one. Ammo and samples. Ooh, and metals. Yeah. Oh, and rec slips.
Oh, requisition slips. Nice.
I got something even better. Oh wait, there's more. There's more shit right here. I'm getting the shit here.
Wait, keep driving. Keep moving.
No, I had to get the shit. I'm coming back. I'm coming back.
Where's the weak point of the dragon?
I got in the wrong fucking side. Oh,
drive the fucking
vehicle. I'm in.
He's coming in.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Oh baby, metals. Oh, even more metals.
Alright, we're good.
Let's go. What if I find those rare samples? I still have never.
He's made of biomass. Fucking
Oh.
To the right. To the right.
Maybe up here. Nope, nothing up here. Yeah, they're probably. Oh, there you go. Oh my! Oh my! You died like a doofus. Oh.
Legs are sticking out the top.
That was too good. That is another dragon. Get in the car.
I'm going. Come here. I'm coming.
Oh God, where is it?
Drive.
Oh! Oh my God!
I'm on fire.
Shit!
Oh.
Oh boy! Oh boy!
I stimmed mid-drive.
Oh!
Keep going.
Dude, this thing drives like ass on the sand. Are we getting out of here?
I'm reloading. Yeah. Get out.
Oh boy! Oh my God! You just got flung from it again. Oh come on!
Can we flip it?
Oh!
We can't flip it. We're not Spartans, bro. We're just OESTs.
Okay, I've called in extraction.
It wasn't called in already?
No, it wasn't.
What?
Just one more score. Just one more sample. We got enough to upgrade our ship, Arthur.
I think we're good. Unless someone wants to piss off that horde over here, we're good.
Nope.
Keep the flag high, gentlemen.
Oh boy. Let them have it.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Door opens. Let them have it.
I didn't even hit you.
That is another dragon. Fuck, we have no lives. Fuck! Get my samples, Spinny.
Oh no.
One of you get my
so many
samples. 17 of them. No, 15.
You're so
If you
dead.
can get them.
You know what?
Wow. A+ strategy. A+.
I couldn't. They were all swarming it.
Oh, you didn't get them? Oh.
Look at this fucking chasing you.
Man, I tried.
No, I saw. I thought you got him. I was more happy that you survived.
Oh, thank you.
You would have been happier if you got the samples.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, there you go. That's
We'll be bringing this up in the next meeting.
Damn. This game is just too good. Just too good. Remember when this game didn't win Game of the Year? Remember that? I guess didn't Helldivers 2 win like best ongoing game last year or something?
I think it won best multiplayer.
Yeah, I'm gonna take an actual loadout instead of just hell bombing myself, but that shit's so much fun. as much as
I mean, you don't have to hell bomb yourself though. You can drop it. Like,
nah.
Nah.
I'm not as cool, man.
I ain't about that life.
It's not as cool.
That's a coward's way out. My flamethrower is not coming in.
I'm at the edge of the mission area. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, that's probably why. I'm heading into the cave.
Ooh, about the guard dog rover base.
Yes, sir.
Or not, we get stuck.
Oh shit, watch out.
Oh shit, they're nuking me.
I'm stuck. I can't fucking...
Why is it taking so long to charge?
Oh shit. Sorry.
Who nearly just set me on fire?
Man, I should really get that flame resistant armor, but it means I would have to take off the ODST.
You don't even got the ODST armor on, you got the recon armor on.
Oh yeah, same thing.
Fucking poser.
Dude, I just want to get back to my flamethrower, man.
Dad, why is there so many fucking bugs right here?
I don't know how the fuck we're supposed to get in there right now.
Oh my god, we can't even just get inside the goddamn cave anymore.
I know.
Holy fuck, that's a lot of splash damage.
Yes, it is.
I just ran right through.
Just...
that sounds like a hell bomb would go great right here.
Yeah, we might just want to just fucking run in there.
Oh wait, this is nice.
Oh my god, they got me again. There are the samples. There we go.
I'm gonna go to the other one over here so I can get that side objective.
Which one? On the right or?
Yeah, west.
You're gonna head over there?
Oh, wait, no, east.
No, yeah, no. Let's head west.
You mean? Oh, I thought you meant west.
Oh, yeah. Oh shit! I dropped 10 samples back there. Son of a gun.
10 samples? Jesus
yeah.
Christ.
Oh, I haven't even brought in my own mech. Now that we're outside.
Outside?
Do you guys not want to do this side objective over here?
We can always make our way back over there if we need to.
I bet. I'm coming to you guys.
Yeah, let's try to do the main objective first, because we've lost this one twice, and I'm hungry. Oh fuck, that's a big boy. He's lighting me up.
He's a big chungus.
Oh, the fucking stalker nest somewhere nearby.
Stalkers are the big invisible ones, right? Yeah. Yep. All right, who's gonna drive the thingy?
I got it. Yeah, I want to try driving it actually. See how it feels.
I'll let Sketchy control the turret, and I'll just stand on it.
And I will cover you.
Wait, how do you drive this thing? It's in reverse right now. How do I make it go?
Oh my god! Get it out of there, man!
How do you accelerate this shit?
Oh my god! Come on, man!
Oh, there we go. Fuck.
Figure it out.
It's going.
Alright. Opening fire on that fucking dragon.
Oh shit! They got my ass again.
They actually have fucking gears in this. They have first and second gear. That's hilarious.
Wow.
We're stuck on his fucking corpse.
Oh no.
Bro, revoke his license, man.
I did say not rewind.
Oh, I see
no more cooking, no more driving. Oh, come on, man. Yeah, dude, I keep killing myself with the flamethrower. Yeah, there is a charger underneath that thing.
We gotta shoot this guys.
Any chance to take care of it?
Oh, we got baby.
Oh, there's a fucking dragon, dude.
Dude, the fucking flames.
Yeah, we got it. All right, I'm moving it.
Okay, flamethrower was not the best idea.
Not. Oh my god.
Flamethrower was not the right call. I just want my samples. I just want my sampies and my flamethrower. Okay, I want to get the hell out of here. What the fuck, man? I just got one shot. I like a regular, but just a warrior bug.
Y'all are way the fuck back here?
Yeah.
What are we doing? Are we playing in the water? We having a pool party?
We're playing the sample game. It was greed. Greed on my part. Yeah, does anyone have like an autocannon, quasar? There's a dragon behind us, Sketchy. Evasive action. Yeah, why did I bring in the flamethrower, dude? I should have brought in the autocannon. What a foolish mistake.
I need someone to start the drill on the truck if you can.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for throwing that in. Fuck me. Okay, I had 20 samples, but thank God that's finally dead. Get my samples, Kelsey. Yes.
See, I got him.
Hell yeah, hell yeah.
Problem, we're out of reinforcements.
That's okay. That's okay. Stay alive. Don't use the flamethrower.
There's on my dick.
Whatever you do, do not use the flamethrower.
Okay. Oh, there's two dragons.
Dude, the dragon is insane. Oh, I dropped 20 samples, but fuck, I keep dying for them, so I don't know. Oh, man.
That's a big
fuck. What a note to go off on. We can't beat that fucking mission, man. No, dude, I kept dying for him.
Are those samples worth it?
The lesson is, do not bring in the flamethrower, bring in the autocannon. That is the lesson, because I couldn't do shit against the dragons. And that's on 7 too. Crazy.
We just weren't doing the objective, that's all it was.
I'll be honest, I was just like constantly trying to get the samples. This update's been pretty crazy.
Gets inside of you, the stress.
It's far more deadly than what either of us want to admit.
Last few months, Gordo, I'm seeing some cracks.
Able to drive you to do unimaginable things.
It's gonna get ugly.
To everyone that you hold closest.
It was an accident. I slapped it for it.
And it's always there.
Hello, Gordon.
Whispering.
You know who I am.
Repeating.
You it, Gordon.
That you are the... I thought this film was going to be something very special to me. Like, I honestly thought that this was going to be one of my new favorite films that I had ever seen. But then the strangest thing happened whenever I watched it, because I kept getting taken out of the film because of how much I related to every single character and their situations in the movie.
They have a very risky, very dangerous, very lonely, ugly job.
And I mean, I was taken out of it so much that I completely missed an entire, very important plot line to the movie.
Mary, let me know. They always do.
And all I really remember is getting to the end of it and just being disappointed. I wasn't planning on making a video, but I have not been able to stop thinking about this movie since then. Specifically, every day for months now, this scene comes to my mind. And there's really only been 2 films that have been stuck in my head like this. This one and Cemetery Man, for 2 very different reasons. But this one did something that I've never had happen to me when watching a movie. Because my expectations were just so high. But the reality of the film was too realistic. And if you've seen the film, you're probably thinking that maybe I am just insane. And if you haven't seen the film, you'll just have to follow me deep into the insane asylum to see the deadly truth behind the reality of Session 9. And just before the film actually starts, we hear this weird stabbing sound effect, and we see this old school wheelchair in a hallway. Now, I know all of this doesn't seem like much now. Just keep it all in mind, because it's going to keep coming back up. Before we hard cut over to somebody scrolling through the radio over in their van. And then we get this reoccurring shot of Gordon, or Gordy as he's mostly called, played by Peter Mullen, as he's being told that he looks tired.
You're tired, man.
If only I had $1 for every time I heard that one. And I just love the close-up here, because throughout the film, Peter Mullen's able to display so much of what his character is feeling without having to say it. And the guy telling him this is Phil, played by David Caruso, who is basically his right-hand man within their business. And as they're waiting outside of Danvers State Hospital, they're talking back and forth about Gordy's life and his new baby named Emma. And we find out that Emma has been dealing with an ear infection for a little while now, and both Gordy and his wife Wendy are very tired.
If you need anything, Gordon, let me know, okay? I'm here.
And I love how quickly the film's able to show that Gordy and Phil must be pretty close, because it's really only your closer friends that are able to look at you and immediately tell something's off. But before we get any more about Gordy and his home life, we have a security guard come walking up to the van to talk to them about whenever the big boss man's going to show up so they can actually go up to the hospital. This is when we also find out that the hospital here has been shut down since 1985, which, hey, kind of weird that there's a security guard here.
Not like people are trying to get out, right?
No, not out in.
But the security guard lets them know that he's there for a reason, because there seems to be a lot of squatters that like to come back to the hospital. because a lot of the patients that were here after it closed ended up homeless, and this is what they consider home.
Yeah, they come back. I mean, God knows why. Where do you see the place?
And Danvers is a real hospital that had been abandoned that Brad Anderson, the director, used to drive by all the time on his way to work thinking that would be a perfect place to film a movie. And he did. And we ended up with session 9. And so as they're meeting up with the boss man, Bill Griggs, their plan is to go in here with Bill to look around the entire Kirkbride building and to point out all of the asbestos that needs to be removed by their crew, but then they start to find some stuff that makes everybody uncomfortable.
What are you a little scared, Phil?
Well, except for Bill, because I guess this is just another day for him to be over here in what used to be an insane asylum where they would do hydrotherapy in these tubs. And apparently, even lobotomies.
Prefrontal lobotomy was perfected here at Danvers.
And Gordy's emotions are written all over his face because he is clearly uncomfortable talking about what used to go on here. Because this place is described as a self-contained town. It had everything that you can think of. Whether you needed to eat, whether you needed to sleep, whether you wanted to go bowling, to the movie theater, or even if you had to end up in the...
Lovely cemetery up behind the machine shop.
But Phil's able to kind of keep everything on track because he just sees this as a job as they're going through. They're pointing out different places where that's actually asbestos, that'll need to be removed, that's dangerous. But it's probably not as dangerous as Ward A, which they called
Snake Pit,
which is the farthest away from where all of the staff would actually stay because it housed the most dangerous patients.
The most dangerous ones furthest away, right?
And all of this sounds very similar to Shutter Island.
Each wing is made up of 4 wards. One for female patients, the other for male.
And it's as they're looking into the snake pit that Gordy steps forward and we see that chair from the very beginning again.
Hello, Gordon.
And the little voice here that's talking to Gordy, I thought at first was just a memory that he was having, but you'll see how it turns out to be something much larger that I completely missed the first time around. Gordy, come on, man. We're already losing you. We got a whole job to go into. I just love how Phil has to get Gordon's attention to get him back on track. But it was interesting looking behind the scenes of the film because there was quite a few instances of crew members talking about hearing small voices that wanted them to do some bad things.
For a blip of a nanosecond, it was that short. I wanted to throw myself off the roof.
Which I guess is what happens whenever you film at a real abandoned insane asylum. Because this is a huge job and there's a lot more stuff that they got to go look at and point out to Bill to make sure he understands. There's probably a lot more than what some of the other crews actually told you needed to be removed. And I think it's neat, just this little spot here, because Gordon has already been shown to be so uncomfortable that instead of waiting for Bill to lead the way, he just heads off into a new direction because he probably just wants to get out of here.
Gordon, let me leave. Hold on.
But finally, whenever they get down to figuring out the job itself, Bill asks him,
You gotta guesstimate how long? Roughly, ballpark, what?
and Phil, being the foreman, knowing how long a job like this is going to take, says it's 3 weeks minimum.
2 weeks.
But Gordy, being the boss man, steps in and says 2 weeks.
What is it, 3 or 2? 2.
Phil's not happy about that. I don't blame him. It's 3 weeks minimum, and the boss man says, no, we could do it in 2. And so after they've looked at everything, they start to make their way out of the building. Phil sees kind of this weird room over to the side with a bunch of pictures on the wall, and we find out the rooms are actually called seclusions. I think is a weird name. It could be completely normal for this kind of hospital. If you know, let me know. But as they finally make their way outside, Phil remembers that he
I gotta go back.
and is able to leave some time for Gordy and Bill to talk about the project. Where then Gordy says that they could do it in 1 week. Of course, this is not how bidding a job works, but sometimes, as the boss man, you say,
I really need this job.
it was at this moment that I started to realize this movie is gonna hit me a little differently because I've been in this position before of really needing a job and over-promising what you're actually able to do.
We'll be in on Monday, we'll get it the following Monday.
which is not a fun position to be in, ever, but it goes to show where Gordy is with business as well as mentally needing this job. So that evening outside of Gordy's house, he sits in his van for a little bit, looking at the pictures of his new daughter. And we can see Wendy and Emma head inside as they see Gordy across the street as he gets out, and he has some roses for her, which tells us they got the job. But there's also something else here that tells us a lot too. As we hear Wendy's voice asking about the roses, and then a scream as it immediately cuts over to the generator running at the job site. Because they did in fact get the job, and on Monday we get to get introduced to the rest of the crew. Because we have Hank, played by Josh Lucas, who Phil clearly hates. Then we have Mike, played by Stephen Jevedon, and Gordy's nephew Jeff, played by Brendan Sexton III.
This the new guy? They call it Jeff.
And while this is Jeff's very first day to do anything, because of course they need extra hands on a job this big that they overpromised on how long it would take them. We also find out that Mike and Hank have been there for around 5 years now.
Mike, I didn't tell you about these?
So that means that they have to give Jeff grief because he's the new guy.
Music creates sonic vibrations. Jiggle spooge dust into the air.
Because he needs to learn the ropes. And it's also funny to watch people go after a wire stretcher or a sky hook or like a glass hammer. But when it comes to asbestos...
Yeah, you trying to kill us all?
How many people really know how dangerous it is? I mean, it's probably best to listen to the guys that have been here for a few years to have your proper PPE. But immediately, we're already at lunchtime, so I guess they've spent all morning getting everything ready and maybe doing some work. But it's here that they all learn as the crew together what the job entails, and that there's actually a $10,000 bonus if they finish on time.
What's the catch? Gotta finish by the 13th.
And this is where we find out a little bit more about Danvers State Hospital by the guard who's shown up to give them the keys so that way they can get in and out and do whatever they need to.
Here we are with the keys to the loony bin, boys.
And this is when we find out that the hospital used to house over 2,400 patients. And with that many patients, you have to wonder what happened for this place to shut down. And this is whenever Mike steps in to begin to explain to them what happened to Patricia Willard.
Patricia Willard scandal, 1984.
And for my sanity's sake, I'm not going to go into detail about Patricia Willard's full backstory because it's a lot.
She'd drink the blood, others would eat the flesh.
And luckily, it's fictional. But it was based on some other actual events that were very similar, involving the abuse of somebody who is mentally handicapped.
Satanic ritual abuse syndrome. It's big in the 80s.
But I want to point out that during this entire thing, as Mike's going on and getting more and more into the Patricia Willard story, Gordy's sitting over there looking at his phone, wanting to call home. And it's just then whenever Mike actually clarifies.
Turns out, none of it happened.
But the question is, how did Mike know all of these details about this case? And we find out that his dad is actually the Attorney General, and that Mike himself was actually in law school at one point.
What were you on there again, Mike? The one-year plan?
Which is all great, but now he's here working on a job that they only have a week to do, and they need to get back to work. And as they all get up to actually head back in there to start tearing out some asbestos and cleaning everything up, we notice that Gordy has a bit of a limp, which he just plays off as, oh, my back is a little messed up today. But Phil, still being worried about the job that they have to do, tells him
we ran into Craig McManus on Saturday night. I told him about the job.
Because he's way better than Hank. And this is another moment where Phil and Gordy get into it over who they need to have on the crew and how long this stuff needs to take.
Eliminate an obstacle.
Jesus, man, we're talking about Hank here.
Because Phil doesn't like Hank, and he would much rather have Craig come on to help with this job. And I just wonder why they didn't go ahead and hire another guy, which tells me once again that Gordy's already struggling with financial situation of the business and probably doesn't want to bring on any extra guys than what he has to. But when you're trying to finish this whole job in a week, why not bring in some extra guys? So with this, Gordy has to pull the boss man card again to let Phil know,
I don't care.
Which means tensions are already rising at the beginning of this very stressful job. So back inside where they're all working, Hank is spraying, Jeff is learning, and Mike is trying his hardest to teach whenever they actually trip a breaker, which means that somebody needs to go down and reset it so they can get back to work. And so Mike tells Jeff, go down there, and Jeff tells him that he has
Nyctophobia. What? Fear of the dark.
which means Mike has to go and do it. And it's at this point that Mike does what most curious people would do and sort of snoop around to the point that he's finding a box labeled evidence. And it's actually kind of neat because the light actually dims down and comes back up, which causes Mike to turn around and look up to the box labeled evidence as though there's something else going on here that I missed the first time. And as Mike begins to open this box, we see Gordy accidentally cut himself. And at this point, Mike is really trying to get into the box, so he's ripping it open, and that's when Hank gets something in his eye, which probably not good because there's asbestos literally everywhere. And that's it for the first day of work. So as they all pack up and get their stuff to leave, Gordy specifically says, and I guess Mike just wants to sort of throw that out the window because he needs to work on the generator a little longer before he leaves. And this is when the sessions actually start with the movie, and the reason it's called Session 9 is Mike sits down to listen to Session 1 about patient 444, Mary Hawes.
Try to remember what happened 22 years ago.
And we find out that she has DID, and some of her alternates are the Princess, Billy, and Simon. And it seems that these sessions were actually therapy sessions where Mary sat down with the doctor and they talked back and forth to figure out what happened 22 years ago on Christmas. And she ends up jamming her fingers into her mouth to get the princess to start speaking.
Have you seen our doll, Mr. Doctor?
And that's because Princess lives in the mouth. And Princess begins to explain what happened on that night. Some stuff about Peter, Big Knife, and playing after their parents have already gone to bed. And while Mike is doing this, we actually see what the other crew is up to in this moment. While some of them are at home, one's at a bar, one's taking a shower, which I don't blame him after playing around in asbestos all day. And remember this, because it's gonna come back up. We see Gordy sitting back in his van outside of his house again, and we can also see there's a weird stain on his leg. But whenever he actually goes to touch it, he screams in pain. Then it's Tuesday, and they're all back hard at work, except for Gordy, who's just staring out the window into nothing.
You can hear me.
Come on, Gordy, we got a bunch of work to do, man. You can't be over there talking to yourself or listening to the voices in your head. We gotta get going because you said we would do this whole job in a week. And we find Jeff, who's hard at work because he just went out, checked the generator, everything's running good. He tells Mike this, and Mike tells him to put his mask on, princess.
Put your mask on, princess.
And Jeff quickly says, I'm not your princess, dude.
What?
I love the way that Mike reacts to this because he seems to act like he didn't even realize that he just called Jeff princess. It could be because there's other stuff going on here. Then they talk a little bit, and we actually end up finding out from Mike the reason that Phil hates Hank so much is because
Hank stole Phil's girlfriend. It's a nightmare.
And speaking of Hank stealing stuff, he's finding a bunch of silver dollars down in the basement whenever he's working, even going as far as to take a brick out of the wall whenever this happens. And it's when we get the shot from the other side of the wall that I'm pretty positive this is the morgue, and this is where they incinerated some of the bodies. And if I'm wrong about that, and you actually know more about how a hospital like this would work and what specifically this room is, please let me know. But what I do know for sure is that this says caution hot. So there must have been a fire in there, and it must have been hot, just like it is in here. It's so hot. But just as Hank thinks that he struck it rich, he has to stuff everything back in the wall because after lunchtime, he's gonna have to go work with Mike and Jeff. And at lunchtime, we actually see that Mike is back listening to more of the sessions, and this is where we learn about Billy.
Hello, sir.
Well, hello, Billy.
Who lives in the eyes. But the doctor wants to know, where does Simon live?
And
Where does Rodman live, Billy?
But why we don't get an answer right now while they're at lunch and Jeff's acting like an idiot, which ends up making Mike irritated, we do learn how a lobotomy is done.
The ice pick method into the orbital frontal cortex.
But what I did not know about lobotomies is the recommended treatment.
Recommended treatment?
Thanks, Mike, for all of that information, but we should know all about lobotomies after the Shutter Island video. But Gordy over here seems to be learning all of this information for the first time and is pretty interested in it. To a scary point. A scary point. But it doesn't scare me as much as what Jeff is whenever Hank begins to explain to him what the asbestos does to your insides.
Incubates in your lungs like a time bomb.
Okay, that's a lie, because I have been around asbestos before, and this does worry me for my future.
Time you hit 30, boom! You're drowning in your own lung fluid.
So hopefully, it's not as bad as what was just described, or else, got like another 2 years. Luckily, after laughing this off, Hank begins to talk about how this is not the job you want to be doing forever, and how everybody there has an exit plan. He's got one, Mike's got one, Phil's got one.
What's your point? Just have an exit plan, dude.
But Gordy is the owner, and he doesn't have an exit plan.
Imagine that stress.
Which is the reason that he had to take this job.
Do you know if he didn't get this gig, he'd have to fold HEC?
And even though the majority of the time he's super chill, and as Hank puts it, he's the Zen master.
Last few months, Gordo, I'm seeing some cracks.
And then we cut to Gordy. Remember this scene and all of the future phone calls that Gordy is going to have with Wendy. Because I didn't pick up on it the first go round, but after a second watch, I was just amazed at how well all of this is cut. But while he's talking, he sees Phil outside, suspiciously talking to two random guys, as it seemingly cuts back to him trying to talk more to Wendy, but it appears that she hung up.
To let me finish, would you let me? Hello?
And that will make a lot more sense towards the end of the video, so just keep it in mind, just like Hank has kept his treasure in mind. Even though he was told specifically by Gordy earlier. But I mean, look at all this cool stuff that he's finding. He's got coins, he's got silver, he's got gold, he's got glass eyes, he's got a rustling off in the distance. And he's even got what seems to be a perfect silver ice pick. And what is it perfect for? Lobotomies. But after he gets all the stuff that he actually wants that'll get him paid, he starts to make his way out and he sees a jar of peanut butter that looks fairly new on the ground. But before he can give any thought to that, he hears something behind him. And he makes this noise that seems so real to me. Like, I swear I've made that noise whenever I've been at work in a weird place and it's dark, because of course normally there's no lights whenever I'm working because I'm the one that puts all the lights in. One noise is one thing. More noises makes it much worse, especially whenever you see this, which actually causes him to begin to run and try to make his way out whenever some birds fly, and he's probably thinking, oh, well, it's probably just an animal or something. He starts to walk again and calm down, but he should have kept running, because as he turns another corner, it quickly cuts as he gasps. At first this gasp sounded kind of odd to me, but thinking about it, it seems really realistic whenever you're surprised. You see, the cut works out the exact same way. But hey, don't think about that, because we got to get back to work on Wednesday. And Gordy is still thinking about the weird thing that happened yesterday with Phil and those two guys, so he's giving him a bit of a stare. And then we also see the hole in the wall where Hank found all of his stuff, but there's no sign of Hank. Which leads to the whole crew having a break on the roof as they're trying to figure out, where's Hank? Because this is a huge job, and we need him to work if we want to even be able to attempt to finish it on time. And as you remember, Hank stole Phil's girlfriend. And so Phil still remembers Amy's number and decides we should just call her to ask, where's Hank? I don't know what it is about phone calls in this movie, but this is another one that you need to pay attention to, and luckily it'll come back up sooner than the rest of them. But interesting stuff going on. And it's here that Phil tells us what Amy said, is that Hank Gordy thinks that this whole thing is a little weird and kind of questions Phil about the conversation that he just had. And Phil's just trying to tell him, like, I tried to tell you over and over again that we need somebody other than Hank. This is why. And it's this confrontation that leads Gordy to blowing up on Phil to question him about the two guys he saw him with yesterday. And as they actually start to get physical, you can tell the whole crew is on edge as Gordy finally gets fed up and walks off. And while he does, he looks at his hands. It seems like there might be blood stains on there. Or it could just be some sort of stuff that they were using, like what Hank was spraying earlier that's now on Gordy's hands. But he also doesn't seem to know what it's from. And so as some time passes, and I'm sure everybody's trying to cool off, we end up seeing Phil and Mike talking about Gordon out at the gazebo, and they also get in an argument.
6 months ago, and you know it. What are you looking at? Where you going, Mike?
And I think it's kind of neat too, because we see Jeff watching all of this happen, which causes him to want to go find his uncle to just talk to him a little bit to see how he's doing. Luckily, Jeff's already outside because so is Gordy, sitting on a tree just above a headstone with the number 444 on it.
Earlier in the movie, we're told by Bill Griggs that the patients didn't have names whenever they were buried. It was just their numbers. And as you remember, 444 is Mary Hobbs.
But what Gordy is doing is what I find so interesting, is that now again he is talking on the phone with Wendy and he's trying his hardest to apologize. But as Jeff walks up,
Hey, Mike.
and I'm sure it's clear to Jeff too that Gordy just seems really distraught right now, and he just wants to thank him for the job, ask how he's doing, ask how Wendy is, and Gordy just tells him. And it's this look that Gordy gives while he talks about his wife and how tired she is.
I'm telling you, Gordy is able to just do so much with just his face to convey his emotions, because that's a sad guy right there.
As Jeff just continues on with the conversation. And continuing on is the same thing that Mike is doing, as he's back in the basement listening to more of these tapes. Like, dude, there is a huge job going on? What are you doing? Each tape must be as long as my last video, because I don't know why this is taking him so long to get through these sessions. And while this session is going on, Mike is looking through the rest of the documents that he's found on Mary Hobbs, but it's on the tape itself that Mary is being asked more and more what happened that night. But she keeps saying that she doesn't know anything, so much so that
Billy begins to speak through Mary, and he lives in the eye, so he was the one that saw everything that happened.
Billy, why won't you tell me what happened in Lowell?
But Billy doesn't want her to know, because it might just... And this is when the doctor says, maybe we should get Simon to tell her what happened.
Billy, you have to wake up Simon.
And speaking of what actually happened, we finally get some answers from Gordy about what's been going on with him as he's getting cleaned up with Phil, and he tells him... He explains that whenever he got home that Friday night after getting the job, he had the roses, he walks in, she accidentally spilled a hot pot of water on him, which is what led to the problem with his leg and why he's been limping a little bit. And it was from this hot pot of water, the dog barking, the baby crying, everything that's been going on in his life, that he reacted. And he reacted badly.
It's here that stuff starts to actually click into place, and you're like, oh, yeah, for sure. No wonder he's been struggling a lot on the job, because he freaked out on his wife and is now having to go stay in a motel nearby. But all of this helps the relationship between Phil and Gordy as they seem to open up to one another and telling the truth, right?
Gordy tells him, don't tell the others, but we need to call Greg so that way we can actually get some help. And then Phil also opens up about the two guys that Gordy had seen him with the day before.
Graffiti artists, and they will not be coming back our way again.
They're both being truthful as friends, right?
But then it cuts to that night where Gordy is trying to sleep in his van there at the hospital. And this is not completely off topic, but I don't know what it is about this movie and my TV, which of course my TV is right there and my couch where I sit to watch stuff is right here. The night sounds and this owl,
it made it sound like there was an actual owl outside my house hooting, and I was very confused because it sounded like it was coming from behind me, but all the rest of the movie sounds were in front of me.
So I had to pause it and rewind multiple times to figure out, is that a real owl outside of my house or is that the movie? It's just the movie and the weird echo in here, I guess.
Or maybe that's just a really cool detail to the movie because there's certain things in here that you gotta figure out whether it's real or not.
But speaking of weird stuff, we get a weird dream
sequence in a movie that I enjoy. Who would have thought?
Hello, Gordon.
Which, perfect, because almost everything I have ever covered has got to have a weird dream sequence in it. But here we see some shots again from that Friday night of what happened whenever Gordon went home to see Wendy and Emma. But we hear somebody speaking to him.
You know who I am.
And it's here that we get more detail about what actually happened that night as we actually hear the hit and that same voice saying,
"Do it, Gordon."
What was that about? I guess we'll find out because Gordy wakes up after this. Can't blame him. And I guess it's a good thing he woke up because I'm sure that his pants and everything were sticking to the burns that he has on his leg from the hot pot of water, and he's got to take care of that.
I mean, he might need to go to a hospital to get all that checked out, but the hospital that he's currently at is not gonna help him. It's probably gonna make it a lot worse.
And then we also see some shots from inside the hospital and a shadow of somebody walking around in there. But don't think about that because now it's Thursday and early Thursday morning at that as we see Phil sitting in his car rolling a joint. Phil probably also lied about what he was doing, but Gordy also lied because he said he's staying in a motel and he's not because he's just slept in his ride outside of the hospital. And as Gordy rolls up beside Phil, Phil freaks out and kind of hides everything, and then they begin to talk, and we find out that Craig will be there tomorrow. But then we get the scene that I keep thinking about as Phil asks Gordy if he's okay.
This scene still gets me every time because it's perfect. Because I know how he feels in this moment of you're just stressed out, you got a bunch of work to do, and the only thing you really want to do is go home to your family.
I'm sure it makes a lot of people uncomfortable, but just like the pure honesty in this struck me hard and still does. And it just makes Phil want to drive away as he tells him, "I'm gonna go inside." And it's inside that everything seems to be falling apart as Phil's now up on the roof where he can actually smoke and he won't be interrupted. Mike is intentionally messing up the power so that way he can go down there to fix it and listen to more of the sessions.
I'm gonna go check the breaker. Mike.
But that was just Mike's plan. He ends up getting caught by Phil so they can talk about Gordy, where Phil just completely breaks their trust and begins to explain to Mike what he did, and Gordy is close enough to hear exactly what is going on, which then ends up leading to Gordy walking up to them as they all stand around and say that they were actually talking about Jeff and that he's doing okay, and he actually is the only one who is currently working as he realizes Mike is taking way too long and goes to reset the breakers even though he's scared of the dark. He's manning up. I mean, props. But it's on his way back to go back to work that he bumps into Hank. And Jeff, being surprised, is trying to ask Hank, "Where in the world have you been, man? What's been going on?" But all Hank can say is, as he also touches the window and slowly leaves a trail of blood with his finger. And Jeff's reaction is perfect for this situation because he's like, "I'm gonna go get everybody else because no thanks."
I forgot to run me back.
And of course, the rest of the crew's already together, but now they're trying to figure out who's gonna buy lunch as Phil pulls out a silver dollar, flips it up in the air, which causes Gordy to walk over and give him a look, to which Phil says, "What?" And it's at this same moment that Hank also drops a coin that he was holding. Very suspicious stuff. This is when Jeff comes running in to say, "Hank." So they all scurry off to go and find Hank. Phil the entire time's like, "Dude, he's in Miami. I talked to Amy."
Now we heard it, we all heard it, right? And I told you to remember that phone call from earlier that Phil had with Amy, because Gordy even calls it out.
He told us that she said we didn't hear said.
So as everybody begins to argue, they're quickly interrupted by some footsteps.
And it's at this scene that everybody is so at each other's throats that pretty much guaranteed they are not going to finish this job on time.
So they split up, with Phil and Jeff going downstairs to go look to see if they can find him, and Mike and Gordy going upstairs.
You come with me, let's go. Mike!
Which makes sense, because I'm sure under normal circumstances they would have been a different pairing that would have happened between the four of them, but everybody's been at each other's necks, and Phil doesn't want to be around Mike or Gordy, and so he just grabs Jeff and goes off downstairs. Which means Gordy is gonna go at this alone, because Mike sees this as a perfect opportunity to go and listen to more tapes.
Gordon, I'm going down in the tunnels, all right? You follow top, Mike.
And it's funny because I should probably be more irritated with Mike constantly leaving to go and listen to these tapes, but I understand. He found something really cool on the job and just wants to go and check it out. But there's probably also a little bit of extra influence on him to figure out more and more about Mary Hobbs, which is something that I didn't pick up on until watching this movie like for the 4th time.
But down in all the tunnels in the basement area, we have Phil with Jeff as Phil begins to hear something far off in the distance. And he tells Jeff, "Stay here," and then he takes the flashlight, even though Jeff is the one that's scared of the dark. Luckily, there's string lights everywhere. So then Phil heads off to go and find this mysterious sound, leaving Jeff all alone. Just like Gordy is also all alone, running around up top, trying to find Hank, and Mike is also alone as he begins to listen to Session 9, where we finally begin to get answers of what happened that night to Mary Hobbs 22 years ago. As Billy begins to explain what he saw, since he's the one that lives in the eyes, as Mary and Peter were playing hide and seek. This is when Billy begins to cry out that he doesn't want to tell, because
Mary's a good girl. She doesn't need to know.
And of course, while all of this is going on, the generator begins to die down. And as the power goes out, Phil is finding Hank's clothes on the ground. Mike is getting mad because it was just getting to the good part in Session 9.
What did Simon do to Peter, Billy? Tell me.
And Jeff is losing the race to these lights.
Just gonna say, as an electrician, this is not how lights work. They wanted, it's not like the power is now slowly flowing back to the generator because it can't power them up. They would all just go off immediately, and then poor Jeff would be there in his worst nightmare. But hey, it works for the movie, it makes for a cool scene, I'll let it slide.
But the one that should really be freaking out is Phil, who just walked up on Hank, just as Gordy calls in to tell him, "I think I found Hank." So then we have Mike outside gassing the generator back up. We have Jeff, who luckily found some light, but he can barely breathe, and I don't even want to know what in the world is in this air. And Gordon has made his way back to the same spot in Ward A that we keep seeing throughout this movie. And as the lights come back on, Jeff is feeling a little better. The tape starts to play again. And Gordon finally begins to make his way towards the wheelchair. And this is when we begin to finally hear Simon speaking on the recorder.
"Hello, Doc."
As he tells the doctor,
"Peter was naughty."
Which caused Mary to fall down onto her doll and get cut up.
She needed someone to help her.
He's the one that told her to go cut Peter with his brand new knife that he had gotten for Christmas. But not just Peter.
I told her to cut them up too.
And while we're hearing all of this, the crew is finally making their way to where they want to be. With Jeff finally making it outside, Mike starting to make his way back to listen to his tapes, Phil finding Gordy, and Gordy standing in Mary Hobbs's room. Instead of having the moment between Phil and Gordy, we see Jeff.
Poor Jeff. I mean, he signed up to work on a new job for a week and literally had to face his worst nightmare.
So he just calls in to let everybody know that he is freaking out and he's going to be at the van for a little while, hanging out, relaxing, and eating some Oreos.
Maybe that'll make it better.
And this is when we get somebody making their way to Jeff out at the van, as Jeff walks over, clearly recognizing who they are, and we get a quick cut again just like we did with Hank.
Is that okay?
And then it's Friday, as Phil's calling in on the walkie and Gordon answers from the van, and Phil says, and Gordon heads inside. And it's just as he's making his way inside that we see a car pulling in over beside the van, and Craig gets out, ready to go to work.
Craig, wait, come back. No, you completely missed the blood stain on the door. That's normally a good sign to leave immediately.
And since this is such a big job, Craig's just trying to find anybody in there so that way he can get started, and completely misses some more stains. But we don't. That tells us there's a big oh no fixing to happen. And there's already a bunch of oh no's that already happened. And one of the oh no's is Gordon walking in and finding Hank laying on the floor, as Phil is just there talking to Gordy. And Gordy, of course, is asking Phil. You did this. And I love Phil's response.
I need you to wake up and take really good look at it.
So Gordy listens, and he does take a much closer look at Hank by pulling his glasses off of him. Because as you remember, that's the recommended treatment for lobotomy.
What are you doing here?
And during this, Phil is telling Gordon not to tell anybody about this, so that way they don't also find the others.
You did this. What are you doing here, man?
And then we get some more shots of what happened Tuesday night to Hank. And Phil here keeps saying, "You're asleep.
Open your eyes.
You gotta wake up."
Would you wake up?
I am awake!
Is what Gordon yells to Phil, who is no longer there. But this yell is what gets Craig to finally walk over to find Gordon. And Craig can clearly see what happened to Hank, as Gordon begins to stand up and grabs him.
Gordon!
As he begins to pull the ice pick out of Hank's face. And then,
Do it, Gordon.
and this is whenever we hear session 9 again, as the doctor asks Simon, "Why did you do it, Simon?"
Because Mary let me down. They always do.
And it's during this that we get one of the best shots in the film, as we see a close-up again of Gordon's face, with Craig's hand running down the side. Because if you hadn't seen the film, you would just think this is some guy doing this. And then you watch it and you realize that's not his hand, because he is currently performing a lobotomy on the guy who owns that hand. And it's after this that Gordon begins to walk through the hospital, and we see the rest of the crew. And again, we hear Phil telling Gordy,
Wake up. And remember.
And this is when we finally get the truth of what actually happened Friday night.
as we hear Gordy inside, the pot of water is spilled, and he snaps. Not just slapping Wendy, but putting an end to her.
Do it, Gordon.
Then the dog. And then Emma. We can hear Simon in this moment telling him to do it.
Do it, Gordon. Do it now.
As Gordon is now standing in Mary Hobbs's room, remembering everything that happened. and looking at the pictures that he added to the wall, the bloody photos of his family, as he begins to break even more, just like his phone.
I just want to say, really, I'm
trying his hardest to apologize to Wendy.
Can you forgive me?
Because all he wants to do is go home.
I want to hold you. I want to hold my baby.
And we get the doctor asking one last question of Simon. Where do you live?
I live in the weak and the wounded.
No happy endings here. But I will say this ending is way better than the alternate ending that they had in mind.
Because it's almost the same, but I just want you to pick up right there in the room where Gordon is looking at the pictures on his wall as he's remembering every terrible thing that he's done throughout the entire movie. But as he's talking on the broken phone this time, he says, I want to come home. And Wendy responds.
You can come home.
And we hear this conversation going on inside of Gordon's broken mind as somebody walks up behind him.
What? What just happened? Who is that? Who is this?
And we see some woman with the flashlight. As Gordon bleeds out on the ground and she makes her way out of the room, we hear the doctor asking Simon again, and where do you live, Simon? And Simon says,
I live in the weak and the wounded.
She doesn't even say anything. She takes out Gordy and then just leaves? What?
Like I said, glad they didn't go with that. But if they did, there would have been all these other alternate scenes in the film as well, showing her, because she was one of the returning patients that was a squatter there on the property. Just seems to take away from what I consider a pretty impactful ending. So I'm glad that they cut all of that out, because while this movie might not be in my top 10 or one of my favorite horror films or psychological horror films that I've ever seen, I can't help but think about this.
Because I was able to relate to every single crew member. Jeff is the new guy, Mike and Hank as the hands that have been on for a couple years that really don't want to be there. Also Phil with being the foreman, and then of course Gordy with being the boss man, because I've now been the boss man for nearly 6 years, because the sheer stress of being the owner of a small company is so much more than what the majority of the people want to admit. Like, yeah, it's the life. You get to make your own schedule and work when you want and how you want, but in reality, most of the time you end up telling people,
I need the job. I really need this job.
The entire thing that had to do with Simon and it sort of possessing Gordon throughout the film.
They always do.
I completely missed that the first time, because I understand what it is like to be under so much stress.
Because I chalked everything up to the looks that Gordy gives throughout the film of just being too much stress on the boss man of this company, which I still think works well for the film, because Simon doesn't have to be some sort of demonic force within the hospital, but it's just the pure embodiment of stress itself.
And this film somehow perfectly encapsulated the mental strain of being in Gordon's position.
Imagine that stress.
And I know you know what I'm talking about, because there's a video that I made years ago that maybe 15 people watched that is all about the reason that I make these videos.
And in the video, I talked about how I made it for you, so that way you would be able to escape just for a little bit and have some joy and forget about the stresses of life, so you can just relax for a moment.
Just have an extra plan, dude.
Because it's the same reason that I often watch a bunch of videos.
But I know now that this is my stress relief.
I got a way of dealing with the stress.
But it's taken me years to figure out that I'm not talking you in this, but I'm talking to myself now. Just at the end of the day, if this helps anybody.
Because I love doing this. I love making these videos. I love getting to talk to y'all, to get you to be able to be distracted for a little bit. But sometimes that stress can just build up.
It'll mess you up, man. Gets inside of you, stress.
But I don't want you to do what Gordy has done, and I know what I've done in the past. If you were feeling weighed down, you need to talk to somebody.
It's not good to just hold it in. It's not good to let it win. Because when it wins, it's when the worst stuff will happen. Because you gave in.
This feeling that you're having right now of everything getting a little too real for just something that you're watching, that feeling is what happened to me whenever I watch Session 9.
So don't give in. You can't give in, okay? Don't let something bad happen because you needed to talk to somebody.
I just didn't say help. Sorry,
Because I know for me, sometimes it's hard just to open up and tell somebody that I need help. But it always does so much more than just help me in that moment. Because I've been so blessed by all of the people that surround me in my life as just another sign to me of the verse that I have on the back end of the channel, which says that Christ will make his home in your hearts as you trust him. Your roots will grow down into God's love and keep you strong.
And that got a little too real for a moment, so funny guy in a video, distractions, yay!
I don't know what you're going through. I don't know why you clicked on this video, but I really do hope that you have an extra blessed day. And I hope that you can understand why I needed to make this video, even though this movie disappointed me at first.
Because sometimes we just need to confront the things that we're trying to escape from. And yes, I said escape. Haha, funny, he said it wrong. It's more exciting that way, okay?
So with all of that said, I hope that you had a good time. I hope that it wasn't too serious for the channel. And even if it was, I hope that you understand.
So don't stress out, all right?
But seriously, thank you for watching this channel and all the other videos. I mean, we just hit 50,000 subscribers whenever I'm recording this, and that's... I can't even wrap my head around that.
This is not the 50,000 subscriber video. I'm going to do one, but I have to go record somewhere else to do that. It's a whole thing. You'll see. And of course, thanks to all the channel members, because you guys directly support me, which is insane, but really cool. So thank you. And with all of that being said, once again, I hope you have an extra blessed day, and I'll see you in the next one.
Flop the Crocs off.
I hope this isn't going to be too hot, because I still haven't fixed the AC.
Oh, come on. It said this would fit. See, I'm not the only one struggling to put this on, because it says that it's from 5'7" to 6'2", but on the 6'2" side, it's a little tight. Oh, I cannot bend over. I can't get to the... It's so far away.
These are my family.
So we're stopping in Waco before going to Pell's Village?
Midsommar is what you get when you ask the guy who made Hereditary to helm a folk horror slasher movie. Seriously, that was the inception for this film. A Swedish production studio, Be Real Films, approached Ari Aster with this idea after reading the screenplay for Hereditary while he was trying to get it funded, and while he initially wasn't particularly interested, it was a breakup he was going through at the time that, as he put it, gave him a way into this story. Midsommar is essentially a breakup film in a folk horror dressing, and while it wasn't the same monumental success for A24 that Hereditary was, a $46 million box office run on a $9 million budget is still very strong, especially for a film like this, which is much less accessible than Hereditary, and, you know, that already wasn't the most accessible horror movie. Originally, it was even more so, with the assembly cut clocking in just shy of 4 hours, which was ultimately trimmed down to 2 hours and 51 minutes before Aster was gently pushed by A24 to cut it down some more.
How long is the drive?
About 4 hours. Oh my god!
This movie was always going to have less broad appeal than Hereditary did, so I can understand why they wanted to do everything they could here. Hell, even Aster himself would go on to call the first cut of the movie unreleasable, but he still lamented needing to make the cuts he did, since many had cascading effects that resulted in entire sequences being removed and certain subplots being either less developed or disappearing entirely. While Aster oversaw the theatrical cut we wound up getting, which was almost a half-hour shorter than the one he wanted to release, that 171-minute cut did wind up seeing the light of day, with the director's cut of the film premiering only a month after the theatrical release, which I don't think I've ever seen happen before. I've got some things to say about the differences between these two cuts, because while they're not fundamentally different films, it is a noticeably different experience depending on which version you go with. I'm going to save most of that for after I'm done talking about the film's overall story, but if you want to skip to that section, I'll have a dedicated chapter that you can go to. The director's cut is ultimately Ari's vision for the movie and what he would have released if he'd gotten no notes back, so that's the version I'll be talking about until we get to the comparison section. Since it was released only a month after the theatrical version, and it's the only cut that comes with A24's collector's edition release, it seems like that's the right way to handle this. As far as I'm aware, the only 4K release of the theatrical version is this Canadian one, so if you wanted to find it, there you go. I was maybe naively surprised to see how much of a landslide win Hereditary got when I put up a poll asking what your favorite Ari Aster film was, because to me, well, I'm not sure I can say I have a clear favorite of his, because I love all three of his films so far. I think Midsommar is Aster's most well-made film to date. From the gut-wrenching opening scene through the increasingly nauseating film about life's darkest moments being manipulated by those who know how to take advantage of vulnerability, the really upsetting portrayal of a relationship far past its expiration date, but which was cuffed and bound by tragedy and poor communication, all the way to the haunting conclusion of Danny's story, I find Midsommar to be nothing less than a masterpiece, a truly brilliant film from a director who is able to convey challenging human emotion in such a visceral manner, and one which features some breathtaking performances and imagery that, to me, mark the technical high point of Aster's career so far. I teased this video over a year ago, as I had fully intended on making it last summer, but things got away from me and I realized I had way more to say about the movie than I had time for during my transition to this being my full-time job, but now that I've settled in and the time of year has crept up again, along with the release of Eddington just on the horizon, I'm glad to finally be sharing my thoughts on this insanely complex film. Sorry it took me so long, but let's take a look at Ari Aster's 2019 folk horror trauma breakup film, Midsommar.
It's sort of a crazy 9-day festival my family's doing. Lots of pageantry and special ceremonies and dressing up.
That sounds fun.
Something that I really like about this movie is that if you pay attention to the artwork, you can basically spoil the whole thing for yourself right off the bat. The very first frame shows you everything that is going to happen, and they do this a few more times, in particular with one subplot involving Christian and Maya, one of the Horga women. Just a cool touch that gives a sense of this being a fable of sorts, which I really enjoyed. That aside, I am very comfortable saying that Midsommar has one of the strongest opening sections of any horror movie in recent memory, and brings some of that signature Ari Aster dread that made moments like the car scene in Hereditary iconic. That first frame of the story splits apart, and it's this great contrast of the bright and colorful artistry into the cold, dark night of these still shots through bleak, snowy forestry. Midsommar does something that you don't see very often, focusing almost entirely on broad daylight for the setting of the horror, which works so perfectly for the story that they're telling. Having our introduction to Danny be characterized by such bleak darkness makes us feel somewhat at ease once the warmth of the summer daylight in Helsingland comes, but that light is something that winds up being extremely deceptive, so setting it up in such a way that Helsingland will, at least at first, feel very peaceful in contrast to what we initially get, pulls the audience into Danny's shoes and lulls us into a false sense of security. The transition into the story of the film is brilliant. Those eerie shots of the woods with a ghostly song that will come back around later in the film being interrupted by a startlingly loud phone call. We meet Danny as she sat in her apartment alone, worrying about an ominous email she received from her bipolar sister who's been in a particularly bad state as of late. The sense of unease that's established by that email is cranked up in a beautifully simple way by doing nothing more than showing a brief shot of Danny's parents asleep in their bed back home, and that, along with the implication of what Danny's sister is planning, plants this seed of dread that is going to explode in less than 10 minutes. One of the things that always blows me away about Ari Aster's writing is how well he's able to convey undertones in character interactions that actually let you pull way more out of what's happening if you fully engage yourself in all the little nuances of it. And this phone call that Danny makes to her boyfriend Christian is the first example of that in a film that is stuffed to the brim with that sort of thing. I love when people are able to make conversations where the words being spoken are not the important part of the interaction. There's this immediate sense of history between them that sells that these are two people in a relationship that exists outside of the story we're watching unfold, and it also sets up how poorly these two communicate with each other. With a breakup being the thing that Aster said brought him into the story, it's no surprise that a relationship at the end of its rope is one of the main points of focus, and the way he portrayed this stage of their relationship is not only brilliant, but it's something that feels so raw and genuine because of the fact that this was the story he was using to work through something like this himself. Hopefully it wasn't as bad as Danny's and Christian's though. All of these little details, like Christian asking if they'd made plans and Danny responding with this.
Oh. Did we talk about doing something tonight?
I mean, not concretely, but I just wanted to see.
That's a perfect setup for one of the main things about their relationship, that being that Christian is very distant and uninvolved and forgetful and unattentive, and all the while, Danny gives him a hell of a lot of rope to work with and will give a ton of leeway with this kind of thing. We know that Christian initially agreed with Danny when she said that Terry's email seemed different from the others she sent, but this time around, he starts talking about it like it's the same as all the others and telling her it's another cry for attention that Danny keeps allowing her sister to pull from her.
Even you said that this email seemed different.
Yeah, right, but is it though, really?
That little touch is a great reflection of how tapped out of things Christian is, where he was clearly just humoring her by agreeing earlier in the hopes that he could get back to hanging out with Mark. I'm gonna try and not spend too much time on one phone call, because if I approach the whole movie like this, we'll be here for way too long, but suffice it to say, this conversation they have has a ton of depth to it, and it's ridiculously well written and performed. I'll talk more about their dynamic in a little bit, but for now, all that's important to have established is that Christian is very clearly tapped out of it, and the whole thing is really hanging by a thread. We see Danny make a phone call to one of her friends, very upset after the call because she's panicking, thinking that she's pushing Christian away by leaning on him too much, all the while fishing for her meds to help ease her mind. The setup here is really great because you have these three moving parts that would completely fall apart if one of them wasn't present, that being the email from Terry. If we didn't have that context, then it could have entirely been possible that Danny was leaning on Christian too hard and pushing him away, but with the context of her sister sending something as frightening as that, and him still acting the way he does, and then seeing her turn the blame of the situation onto herself, it's so good, and it's also just really goddamn sad.
What if I have overwhelmed him and he thinks that I just have too much baggage?
This is where we then meet Christian as he's out with his friends Josh, Mark, and Pele, and we get it confirmed that yes, he is indeed tapped out of the relationship and has been expressing his desire to get out of it for a while now.
Okay, well then you can
bitch to us about how much you regret it for that day, and then we'll remind you again that you've been wanting out of this stupid relationship for like a year now.
Everything that we hear between these two during this introductory scene is just red flag after red flag, with his only response to the idea of breaking up with her being this.
What if I regret it later and I can't get her back?
You don't want her back.
Not the strongest reason to stay with someone, and his friends are trying to push and coax him into cutting that thread, and I'd say if they stayed at this point, the relationship would probably have been over within another week or two. At least I hope it would have been. These things can be very messy. The thing that makes the opening section of Midsommar genuinely perfect is how it's topped off, with Christian receiving another phone call from Danny, and man, there is a way that Ari Aster portrays raw grief that I think may be more realistic than anyone else going now, aside from the people who make Succession. And I shit you not, every time I watch this movie and hear what comes from Christian's phone when he answers Danny's call, I get full body chills and my chest tightens up. I can feel it physically closing in on me.
Hey. Danny. Babe.
This whole thing has been so uneasy and uncomfortable, and while you're getting sucked into the really terrible place that these two are at in their relationship, there's that email from Terry looming in the background of every moment, and the reveal of what's happened is gutting. The sudden horror of that call from Danny opening up to this sequence of emergency services at her parents' house while the sickening score that sounds like distorted sirens comes through is horrifying. And as we begin to piece together what happened when we see the tubes attached to the exhaust pipe of a car, that sinking feeling just gets worse and worse. Terry's email, like Danny feared, was indeed different from the ones we know she sent in the past, and it seems that whatever she was dealing with became too much for her, and she decided that her parents were going to come along. They were all found dead from CO2 poisoning, with Terry being found with a tube taped directly to her mouth, which is a horrible detail, especially with the vomit on her shirt. It's just... this scene is a lot. All of that being said, the thing that makes this such a perfect opening is what directly follows that reveal, wrapping up everything that just happened in a haunting bow and setting us up for an unbelievable story. Christian's body language as he walks to her house is just, oh my god. Look, this poor, like, Christian sucks, but holy shit, for someone at this state of the relationship where, like, he's on the cusp of breaking up with her, and then getting that phone call and realizing the situation that it's in now, he plays it so well, and the closer for this opening sequence shows him holding Danny as she wails in terror and trauma and icy grief, and the camera pushes forward out into the billowing snowstorm outside before the opening credits show, and we get a little title card that feels like the movie saying, "Bet you're paying attention now." It's a brilliant way to open the story up, with that final moment having so much going on, because not only has Danny just lost her sister,
chose me.
Should probably go get the bread. The fuck is the septum mirror? move it, move it. You like to move it.
Impressive endurance. The foe ahead is formidable. Steel yourself.
A formidable rock. A formidable rock challenges me.
Stand clear. Greetings. I remember when this was new. May that serve you.
Power awaits me, as expected. my blood, they will see true power. And of my blood.
It is done. I invite. Should you? If they G, we will succeed.
Quickly. Move swiftly.
What? I will tell your tale. Careful story.
Dragged from the depths and into my ashes.
Oh, it's pretty good. Very good.
Fuzzy Athena. Welcome
Oh
to my
God.
channel.
So
Speak up. All right, of course.
no.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Hey.
Hello. Hello, good morning. Are you a
City of a
digital merchant?
How are you?
great culture.
Fine.
How adorable.
How is business? Hocus pocus.
Glad to hear that.
Thanks.
I am doing good.
I'm glad.
Do you stream daily?
No. Not really.
Oh great.
I said I don't.
Where are you from?
Mother and father would be a correct answer. What is this combination? Mod. Fuck.
Are you from US?
No. My accent is kinda bad for US, don't you think? How about you? So you are from US. Okay. Who's that fucking boss? isto kao prošli put. Ne. Malo prije sam bio napolje, nije ga bio. Ne znam, ja ne čujem. Ne. BRB. Gotta go to shop. happy, but I find my way out. But I find my way. Yeah. Jeszcze nějakovička. Magic. Magic moments. Ba-da-dun-dun-dun. Magic. Ja. Что-то. Huh.
Well, Wendy just came up to me and was acting all hurt because she thinks I don't care about her. Uh-huh. When she said that she wishes I would reply to her text the way that Clyde responds to Bebe, so, like, how do you do it? Chat GPT, dude. Chat GPT? Yeah, dude. There's a bunch of apps and programs you can subscribe to that use OpenAI to do all your writing for you. People use them to write poems, write job applications, but what they're really good for is dealing with chicks. Here, check it out. There's tons of Chat GPT apps for your phone. So then I can take whatever latest...
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Do you understand?
Dumb thing Bebe texted me. I copy it, then I open the GPT app, click respond to, paste her text here, hit write, it just thinks for a second. You would look great with any length of hair, trying a new look could be fun. Copy that into messages and send it off. It's super easy and convenient, and it saves me a ton of time because she texts me so goddamn much. Jesus Christ! I probably won't do it, but thanks for being supportive. Cut, paste, write, cut, messages, paste, send. There. All done with her stupid... Hey, Clyde, can I talk to you? Sure, bro.
Interesting. Affiliate, I guess. Oh no. Oh, it's doing very well. Oh no. Oh no.
And both of her parents in one of the worst ways you possibly could, but now we're also having it settle in what this implies for their relationship. They felt pretty much done, but a breakup is going to generally be the last thing you'd want after something like this. You don't want to lose anything else after a loss as substantial as this. Christian seemed to be on the edge of leaving, but now he knows damn well that he can't do that, so it's this incredibly layered moment of terrifying grief and a dead relationship that now absolutely will be kept on rotten life support to no one's benefit. There's just so much going on here, so many moving parts and little details that all contribute to this harrowing scene. And it's only the first 10 minutes of the movie! Them now being locked into this relationship by something like what happened to Danny is such a perfect setup for the rest of the film, because we know how terrible things already were, and there's no way this is going to improve anything. They're both trapped now. Danny doesn't even know she is. She's still going to rely on him. It's Oh, man. Before we move into the rest of the film, I'm going to take a moment to talk about the score for Midsommar, which was done by Bobby Krilik, who also goes under the name the Haxan Cloak
Great
when he's
tidings,
not composing the
Helldiver.
film. I
The
briefly mentioned
substance
that the
found in
strings
the
he
glue
wrote
may
for
be the greatest
reveal
gift
of
of
what's
freedom
happened with
since the
Dana's family
discovery of
sounded like
element
sickening
710.
sirens, and
They are
that was
called
something that was fully intentional
Element
and meant to
711.
sort of cause this bleeding effect between the soundtrack and the on-screen events. Krilik's score for the film is astoundingly good, going from these sorts of terrifying string sections and culminating in the punch in the face with the title card. To the more subtle and ambient music he wrote for other sequences like the Stupa Ritual.
Hellpods Prime. Engaging orbital thrusters.
It is such an emotional and engrossing score, and one of the things it does so well is reflect the deceptive nature of the film's daylight setting for the horror, where a lot of the music is very bright and happy sounding if you were to just like pass by it while it's playing. My bunny rabbit just ran into the piano. You good, buddy? Why'd you do that? Yeah, so if you were to just like walk by while this music was playing, it sounds very bright and happy, but there's something that's keeping it from ever actually feeling peaceful. Like there's something hiding between the notes that really wants you to focus on the major key and not pay attention to what it's actually doing. Like the real soundtrack is hiding inside of what's being played through the speakers. It's really cool. It lulls you in, wrapping you up in the soundscape, and I don't think there's any more of a brilliant example of this than the track that accompanies the final scene, but we'll get to that later.
Launch initiated.
Aster wrote the screenplay for Hereditary while listening to the Haxan Cloak's 20...
Šta reš? Šta reče?
Nema vode.
Nema, bio sam na drugom mjestu da obavim potrebu. Nema. Super.
We shall fight in the streets. We shall fight on the sidewalks. We shall fight in the intersections.
Sending out an SOS.
Sending down equipment package. Sending down support weapon.
Attack underway.
Console.
Šta je ovo solo, a?
Šta je solo? Ko je solo? Normalni ljudi ovo doba rade.
Martine, sve Durčuk, totalno. Šta kažeš?
Rekao, normalni ljudi ovo doba rade.
Što ti onda ne radiš?
To što normalni ljudi radi i drugu smenu. Koji rade u par smena. Kažemo tako.
Na metru, opet svoj.
Tagging map.
Poslao sam ti ono za pčele.
Sigra.
Ubijemo robota.
Devoid Couturier. Welcome to my channel. Best viewers on streambu.com. Remove the space IZXX and PV.
Da kažemo ore.
A da svakome daš supice bez razloga.
Odbanuo sam i onoga nesretnika bio. Znaš kako mu je trebalo taj free, get out of jail free? Pa 15 minuta čini mi se. Počeo je da sere kako rabota, posao, robovi, ja bi ovako, ja bi onako. Ovo treba da se kupi, ovo su investicija, zakušavam dobro u redu, nećemo da diskusije vodim. Ja udaram šakom mosto na poslu, mene ne može niko od šefa ništa, ja ono dobro važi, ne interesuje me. Malo ne znam, 15 minuta mu je trajao unban.
Dobri moj, djetao što opet dva ništa, nemam pojma. Evo da stiže. Evo te ovdje može se progovoriti.
Ideš. Iki. Jedi govna bre. Vrš.
Jedi govna bre.
Naravno da ne možeš otići u WC od njega, ne progovoriti.
Da pokupim da je ponesem. O, koji vesa bre? Seksi. Seksi, nema seksiju bre, to meni ide. Za kozice moje. Ne lupetaj, da pretračavam ispod njih. Zašto mu treba? Pilice mu treba.
Eagle 1 rearming. Feedback shortly.
Uvijek uvijek.
Ja, moje od mene, ja. Ne mogu. Da. Ja, moj ja. Ja. 100 mesta ja. Možda hoću. Evo, pođemo.
Ne čujete šta?
Tebe, ko te ne čuje?
Heavy, on my position. New mag. Calling in reinforcements.
Yeah. Primo shot.
Requesting air support.
Izvoli kume, izvoli. Alo, kume, alo.
Heavy, on my...
Boom.
Top fabricator, east, close. Sending in an east.
Čao, čao.
Freedom never sleeps. Spot, north.
Lele.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone. Heavy, on my position.
Welcome. Ja. Sve te čujem kumara. Ne. Zaključana. Ne primam gost. Naravno što ne uzbuze. Da, ove što ja, moje ja. Intel match. Microstar crveno, karbon ploče turbo. Ne, I take no shit from boss. Znaš, te takve likove. Ne, nema kafe, nema vode, nema ništa. Toliko je dosadno, a dom. Mora da je dosadno, su ga svi iskulirali, znaš. Čim sam ja zadnja solucija. Idi nađi nekoga gnjavi, idi kod piga, što ja znam. Radi nešto. Maksimum. Treba da mi masiraš ovdje mozak sat vremena. Njegovo mišljenje mi ne trebaju. Kako treba raditi i šta treba da se napravi. Ja bi ovako, ja bi onako. Nemoj da me gledaš, da gledam, uspred da gledam.
Objective critical stratagem available. Objective critical stratagem no longer available. Objective critical stratagem available.
Uostalom ja nisam na njegovom nivou, on je ipak KD 5. No problem, you'll get straight into action, don't die.
Yes, questa.
Calling down supplies. Deploying equipment package.
La faccia te una pacche.
Requesting tac pack. Calling down a support weapon. Tac pack inbound. Supplies. Follow me. Tagging location. Got equipment.
Take it. Take it.
We've got equipment. Follow me. Objective located. West.
What's going on? What's going on?
Liberties. Extracted your discretion. Orbital inbound. Dropping a pin. North. 200 meters.
Nije bio i ovo zajedno, koliko bio zajedno na njegov kapitan, neki cigar.
Found something.
Guys, look this.
Rare sample acquired. Affirmative.
Lupani. Sjedi, čuti, bolite kurac, ti rešavaš ko šta, gdje treba. Da su dobri Rusi, da su dobri Njemci, ovi...
Šta te boli briga, uzimaj taj porez od tih malumnika što iznajmljuju stan na tebe i taj repetitori uživaju život. Lezi.
Da. Pa su 90 godina svi ja. Ali pa su po 90 godina na...
Heavy, on my position. Marking location. 50 meters. Requesting air support.
Keep liberty.
Sending in it.
Eagle 1 leaving combat zone to resupply.
Heavy, on my position. selected. Rare sample acquired. Dropping a pin, north, 100 meters. Thank you. Heavy. Northwest, close. Fine, body. Box, east.
Sending in an eagle.
Tagging map, northeast, far. Requesting advance.
Sending down support weapon.
Requesting tac pack. Dropping item. Support weapon. You've got equipment. Follow me.
Outpost destroyed.
Tagging location. Drop ships east, northeast. Calling in orbital strike.
Halo, halo.
Bravo, to je sam bude.
Igra.
Da.
Šta ima, šta je?
Oj. Ubi me Veni Titan, znači provuku si iz dve zgrade, ne verujemo.
Šta je ovo, Hanšovan izbacio neke...
Tarot karte. Ja mislim da ti to merchandise, znaš, ono što kao majice, ne gluposti. Možda će biti neka stvar u igri, ali to mi zvuči kao nešto što bi Crytek unočio za pare.
Šta? Pa gdje si mi način?
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Joining the fray.
Šta?
Dropping a pin. Southwest, 100 meters.
My guys don't leave. That's simple.
Calling down a support weapon.
Neka.
Marking location, southeast.
Watch for the walker.
Follow me. Right
To
away.
vjeruje.
Marking extraction point. Cancel that. North. Tagging
A
location.
ne znam, brate, malo je Drakula opa. Evo, zadnji put mu govorim čovjek iza tebe, on ništa, on namjerno stoji tamo. To nikad neće vidjeti.
On to igra onako da kažemo namjerno neoprezno. Ne trudi se praviš.
Marking location. Box. South. Never mind.
3-4, watch it.
Spots, south, 50 meters.
Ima tu jedan, jedan. Mnogorac tamo, on je neki gormitor, ali on misli Bosna, nema veze s Bosnom.
Yeah, leave it there before we go.
Ako si moj će otak prije nego bi.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Marking location east.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery. ETA, T-minus 30 seconds.
Calling down a sentry.
I'll take it.
Warning, you are in ETA, T-minus 20 seconds. Enemy objective critical stratagem. Warning, ETA, T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. This is Pelican 1 preparing for touchdown.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Affirmative. Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle
Ma
launch.
znam, a dobro, otključali su mu vikli event, šta dobije 1000, to je onda...
Thank you.
Thank you. Who the fuck entered that?
Launch countdown complete. We have to leave now. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. You will forever be remembered as heroes of this metropolis.
Jedite ga on. Imbecil je ušao, znači ne mogu da verujem. Ako je guzice nisam vidio. Ko da gleda Milana Velado kad igra Hanšoden. Uzme bounty, pobegne s mape. I je stavi sa igrač. I kaže ja nemam vremena da radim PvP. I nemam pojma ko su ti ljudi, ja ću izvesti bounty. To još nisam vidio. Isto ponašanje.
Ej! A nema pojma, naći, zovi. Duke nema.
Super Earth,
Duke nema.
our home. Prosperity.
Mogu da pitam.
Liberty. Hi there.
Nam treba treći. Ne ja.
A triba.
Ne, ja čekaj, da vidim samo da li je tu Josip.
If our enemies had not so brazenly attacked us...
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
The most pussy player I ever see.
Jesi to čitao Milanove komentare?
Ne, to je on govori.
Pre nekih mjesec i po dana ili dva, ja ga gledam šta radi. Oni na izlazu kod broda otvori mapu, sa igrači su mu 150-200 metara od njega. Jedan je mrtav, drugi se bori vjerojatno za život. Milan ima komad bounty, a on je pobjegao od njih. Izlazi s mape. Ja gledam, samo gasim stream, ne uviš. Pitam ga zašto to radi. Aha.
Hoće Milan, hoće.
Kakva izdaja čovjek. Ne bi te on ostavio, šanse nema, a?
Launch initiated.
Tagging map. Objective critical stratagem available.
Keep liberty.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available. Helldiver, never die. Helldiver KIA deploying replacement.
Ti jebem koliko ih ima.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched. Reporting to the front.
me to the enemy. Dropping a pin, southeast. 50 meters. Thank you.
Thanks.
Tagging location. Supplies. Tagging map, southeast, 200 meters.
Good objective.
Sample collected. Affirmative.
Roger that.
Supplies. Heavy, southeast,
That guy.
50 meters.
Oh, neat.
Rare sample acquired.
At this point, ammo is gone. We're not gonna get samples on time.
After me.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Dropping a pin, east, 200 meters.
Nice.
Thank you.
Alright, let's move to the next objective.
Heavy, on my position. Thank you.
Anybody wants Warpack?
Tag
Here.
inbound. We've got equipment. Heavy, east, close. Ending it.
Careful, careful. Okay. Warpack, if you want it.
Got equipment, east.
Oh!
Throwing grenade.
other objectives?
Rare sample acquired.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Marking location, cancel that.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery. Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Tagging location, northeast. Never mind. Objective, cancel that.
Runner again. Nice.
Extraction is available.
Requesting tac pack. Throwing supply beacon.
Eagle 1 rearming. Feedback shortly.
Outpost destroyed.
Oh,
You are moving outside the mission area. Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Tagging map, east. 200 reinforcing.
No problem.
Heavy, southeast.
Watch yourself. Watch it. Come.
No driver left behind.
Go. I got a portable nuke if you wanna bring it to jammer.
Follow me. Dropping a pin. Southeast. 50 meters. New mag.
Dropping a pin. West, 100 meters.
oh, do not go.
Blood light for Super Earth.
Ever been chased by a Hulk while carrying a nuke? I got it.
Objective located. North. New mag.
Special delivery! Eat it while it's hot.
Help on board! Clear the area!
Run away. Run! No, 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 no. No, no, you don't need to do that. No, no. Duck, duck.
Rare sample acquired! Backpack inbound!
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Reci. Normalno da sam tu, zašto ne bi tu. Nisam uspio naći trećega. O. Jesi uspio naći trećeg?
Mila nije. Ja sam probao u Twitter, ja pozovem, ali taj je nedostupan.
Calling in reinforcements!
Nije to dostupno.
Da. Jebem ga, ne znam da li ide na faks ili šta li, ali trenutno nije. Taj ću voli igrat Cant.
Ali su ono otvorili sve učilište.
Jebem ga. Onda nešto štrajkuju.
Dropping a pin, southwest, 200 meters.
Yeah, we can do the secondary, no problem. Just want to drop off my samples. Ah, okay, samples.
Gotta fix this Liberty-forsaken arm!
There is probably a strider next to the jumper or a spawner, I'm not sure.
Pitaj. Vidio sam da ga nisam ubija, pukao sam ga s bomblencom na metar.
Da nisi udario letvu neku ili dasku ispred njega?
Ne, nije bilo ništa ispred njega.
Znači kad neko stane pored zidi ili nečega?
Ne, ništa, stvarno na slobodnom pukao sam ga bomblencom ispred nije umro. I to sa onim steel bolovima što daju 250 odličja. Direkt je bio.
Da, kao sačno samo
Da.
na oprugu radi.
Calling down a support. Requesting backpack. My life for super. Lies.
Weird. Run.
Orbital inbound. West. Far.
That shit is too far. Ooh. Whoever brought stamina, thank you, man.
Who's got equipment? Helldivers never die.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Oh, no worry, guys. We got everything on the extract.
We're a little cooked right now.
We got plenty of times and probably enough lives.
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
What happened?
Sending in an eagle.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
I don't want to call it. I'm kind of far. Somebody reinforce me.
Thank you. Rare sample acquired. Heavy, on my position.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
300 meters.
I would appreciate if you were to wait for me like at least 30 seconds.
Ei,
T-minus 20 seconds.
Ai teevis vai?
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Completed.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
You know, we got 15 minutes, right? Let me just find where to. Yeah, I got it.
Marking extraction
Let's
point.
go.
North.
Thanks for waiting.
Marking extraction point. Calling down a sentry. Pushing in.
Oh no.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Reinforcement budget depleted.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 begin ascent.
There's nothing sweeter than victory in the name of freedom. Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Eldiver, the Super Destroyer is ready for your next mission.
Some strange reports out of the automaton sectors. Who knows what they're planning? Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Album Excavation, and if you listen to that album, you'll very quickly see how it helped guide Aster through this film's development. There's this great blending of electronic music with much more traditional stuff, which came about from extensive research into traditional Icelandic, Scandinavian, and Swedish folk music, and the result is a really disorienting, unsettling, but also hauntingly beautiful soundtrack. It's not only the music of the film that makes the auditory side such a treat, because the sound design in Midsommar is something that I don't hear talked about much, but I genuinely think it's got some of the best work in that regard that I've ever experienced in a movie. I'm gonna sound like a bit of a broken record here, because the sound design, like the score and the look and the feel of the movie, presents this really uncanny middle ground between being really peaceful and feeling like someone is using that peace to hide their real intentions from you. Like, you look over here, listen to the nice pretty grass and the forks on the plate. You chill out over there. It's gonna be okay. From the moment they shut off the car and step out into Helsingland for the first time, the quiet stillness of this place is just wonderful. People's voices sound so soft. You hear that distinct quality to when you're far away from the sounds of the industrial world, and something like footsteps sound 100 times louder than when you're used to, but still very calming to listen to. When the Horgas arrange a meal, they always wait for one person at the head of the table to lift their cutlery off the plates before doing so themselves, and they do this in a wave across the table. It just sounds so incredibly satisfying. first time they take mushrooms, there's this warm, breezy quality that you can hear become louder and louder as the trip intensifies. It's also lush and comforting, but it's also rather unsettling because there are things that you'd expect to hear that more often than not, you just don't. The sounds of the wind in the grass, for example, are entirely absent, and considering the ridiculous attention to detail in Aster's work, I'm confident this wasn't something that was overlooked, but instead a very intentional decision to try and suck out some of the more peaceful elements that should be present in the sound design. You really get this sense of being sucked into a world that's being controlled and manipulated to the smallest of touches like that, and while it's not something you'll necessarily notice right away, the effect it has on the feeling of being in Helsingland is strong. The soundscape overall is just really great, and yet another puzzle piece that helps in building this overall feeling of deceptive calmness. While we're on the topic of aesthetics, I would be a maniac if I didn't sit here and gush about how insanely well shot this is. Cinematographer Paweł Pogorzelski has worked with Aster on all of his films so far, and there's a damn good reason they keep working together. This is such an enchanting movie that plays like a fairy tale, and a big part of that is the incredibly elegant look and feel of it, with this sense of drifting artistry coming through every frame. The aerial shots stand out a lot of the time and do a great job of highlighting the very ritualistic way of life for the Horgas, with tables being laid out in runes, for example, and there's also this really beautiful sense of connection that's brought about from these sorts of images that helps to set up the things that will pull Danny in as the story goes along. Instead of seeing each of these people as individuals, these sorts of shots help build up this feeling of community. It's very important. The slow tilting of the camera while they lift their cutlery, twisting as the group approaches Helsingland, which creates this great feeling of unease as they enter a new world. The sort of ant colony look that's evoked as we watch them walk in lines, indicating how they're entirely under the control of the Horgas before they even know anything is amiss. It's fantastic. The film is shot in the same 2:1 aspect ratio that Aster has been using since Hereditary, and that allows for landscapes to breathe properly without making more intimate scenes feel like they're being crushed into the frame. Same aspect ratio of The Northman. I really like the sorts of framing that this brings out. It's just a gorgeous movie, and it's got that unique aspect of being almost entirely in daylight, which they bring about with this great dreamy summer afternoon haze that complements the film's tone wonderfully. There's also this beautiful flowing fairy tale look to things, with the dance towards the end of the movie being a fantastic example of that sort of presentation. It's so colorful and vibrant, full of motion and life. It's just a really gorgeous movie.
I know I overreacted, but I've been trying to pull myself back up, and I've been trying to deal with this panic and my fears. I didn't mean to put pressure on you.
Alright, with that, let's return to the film's story, picking up with Christian and Danny sometime after what happened, where she learns that he's leaving for a month-and-a-half long trip in 2 weeks that he had only ever mentioned in passing as being something that could be cool to do someday.
I told you I wanted to go to Sweden.
No, well, you said it would be cool to go.
Yeah, and then I got the opportunity and I decided to do it.
I don't mind you going. I just wish you would have told me, that's all.
If that phone call earlier was a way to whet the palate on the nature of their relationship, the conversation that they have after returning from the party is the appetizer of the horrifically toxic dynamic between these two. Throughout the film, Christian is dismissive, he's absent, he doesn't pay attention, he forgets her birthday and tries to play it off like he didn't, and what makes it so much worse is that anytime Danny tries to bring something up with him, he immediately starts playing
kao Vampire Survivor, samo ono 3D, kako se zove ovo? Jotunheim, Slayer of Gods.
Aha, ja sam bio igrao ni Risk of Rain.
Na taj fazon, samo što je...
Roguelike.
Pa to je to, nijedan ran nije isti. Dobijaš drugačije moći i tako.
Volim ja te igre.
Casually gift me an impromptu bouquet of flowers, that just makes me think, how and when am I supposed to pay that back?
I picked those on a whim.
Oh, don't try to tell me that you had no ulterior motive.
Valjda više ne možeš da moduješ Risk of Rain. To sam nešto čitao, da zato su ih fanovi sad se naljutili na ove...
Ispalili,
ljudi su voleli da instaliraju modove, kao modu igru kako hoće, developeri kao ne, kao ne može da se moduje. Šta?
A to je isto meni sranje, stari. Teško.
Nisam mislio cheat, nego možda neko hoće drugačiji
skin
da stavi.
Da, neko hoće, da.
Ovo se ne vidi uopšte ovaj projektil. Baš glupo. Baš glupo.
Aj, upali stream, da, nek bude.
Imam ti ja stream na Twitchu.
A, na Twitch. Ček. Evo, nije ti linkao na account na Discordu, čeka.
Pa bije. Bije, moram reći, možda ne radi skripta više.
Zašto me, brate, pradi na ovi reklam?
Da. Znam da iskoči ponekad. Vjerojatno ti iskaču baterije ili energetska pića. A zato što sam affiliate već, ne znam, godinu, dve. Vjerojatno zato iskaču reklame. Moj se zaglavio, drva ne mogu ga ubiti, šanse nema. Ajde više. Kad te skupljaš za upgrade.
Da, znam. To je isto kao u Risk Rainu, kao level upaš pa onda dobiješ.
Pa kao, kako ono kaže, to ti manje više kao zagarantovano.
Welcome to my channel.
Možeš manualno da udaraš i da ciljaš, ali sve da napada najbliže, tako da nema efekta. Znači za sad nema Canta, no?
Ha, evo nema.
On ne igra duose, a?
Neće.
Strag. A da, to sam ja rekao.
To je sve zato što on duose ne zna igrat.
Igra je kad izašao Cant. Ti si vjerojatno, ne znam da li si ti igrao kad su bili samo duosi.
Nisam. Ja sam krenja 2019, eto gleda sam prvi achievement, get your first hunter killed. September, to je 10. mjesec 2019.
Kad igra izašla iz Early Accessa? 2018. ja mislim. Pa tu negdje, to kad si ti počeo da igraš, tad su izbacili 3 ekipe.
I 3 su, da.
U početku smo samo dos igrali. Onda je vjerojatno Ranger bio bolji ili čarobnica. Koliko ima mase i... Ne moram ni da aktiviram ove in-game eventove. Trenutno me razvaljuju.
Sam ću se.
Experience ne fali, obično event aktiviraš za pare ili za XP, ali toliko neprijatelj ima da nisi siguran da hoću još nešto.
Da, ne znam jesi kao igra Risk of Rain.
Gledao sam gameplay, vidio sam na što liči. Podsjeća me onaj novi Elden Ring na to. Onaj kako se zove, Elden Ring Night Train. Isto original.
Da. Je.
Malo poveća mapa, imaš bossove, skupljaš power upove. Kad prođe određeno vreme ide boss wave i to. A šta radi ovaj džin? Ona. Lifesteal, ima lifesteal.
Lifesteal OP, brat.
Pa ima više regeneraciju nego lifesteal. Ima kao nekakav heal, ali to nije ni blizu koliko ti treba.
Da, znam, ali na primjer ako imaš lifesteal, a one hit killaš enemy, to je onda top.
Komarce,
Evo ih, došli su. Sovjeti.
Igraš Hearts of Iron?
Da, ko Finska, ja sad branim. Finčane.
Da igraš Zimski rat?
Da, Winter War.
Okej. Probat ću nekoga druga. Refundat ću skill poene da vidim mogu li preći sa, ne znam, rangerom. Jeste da mi jedan skill point, dobro. Ovo je normal. Teška mapa, jebote. Do zla boga. Ti imaš samo, pretpostavljam, pešadije.
Samo pješadiju ima, nema tenka stari, to kakvu pješadiju ima.
Imaš gerilu neku, pretpostavljam.
Ma, penal bataljon ima, bog te, samo eto... On ima dobre ove modifajere. Pa se mogu branit, sad će svaki tren deklarat.
Zar nisu imali dobrovoljce oni? Većinom gorska straža, šta ti ja znam, ljudi koji su ono vični tome bili su se predijeli tamo kod Tvineca. Ovo to igre se, ne mogu ti odmah dati najbolje jedinice, pretpostavljam. Primjer, odmah dobiješ belu smrt.
Pa ima ti event za bijelu smrt.
Ima?
Da, da. Dobiješ buffove. Tako.
A je li skriptano tako da moraš da izgubiš taj zimski rat sa Fincima ili?
Ne, nije skriptano.
Mislim, pošto brojčano pretpostavljam da imaju više snage nego ti.
Brate, imaju milijarde ljudi, oni. Evo, dobija sam White Dead. Plus 100%, gain vital, attrition minute, well defense on core territory. Još 5%. Izbacimo 4 divizije, šta fali? Ajde, komad. Trinc.
She's a people pleaser and doesn't want to rock the boat, so while she doesn't entirely let him off and does still stand her ground at times, she never goes the whole way and will always back off before things get fully heated. This sequence is so difficult to sit through because we can feel that dynamic that was there at the beginning, but even more pronounced than it was before, where she's being very reasonable here about it, and Christian is entirely unwilling to extend any sort of olive branch to her or take any accountability for the things he's being shitty about, and you get this sense of her trying so hard to make this work and not seem like she's attacking him for something that she absolutely has a right to be upset about.
I think it's great that you're going to Sweden. I do. Are you going for your thesis? It can be inspiring, right?
It's not until she gets entirely overwhelmed by the situation and the panic that's setting in about their relationship and starts breaking down crying that he's willing to have any sort of conversation. It's a really painful portrayal of this sort of dynamic that's realized far too well, and of course a massive part of why this works is the absolutely stellar performances in Midsommar, which I'm gonna pause once again to talk about.
I know I overreacted, but I've been trying to pull myself back up, and I've been trying to deal with this panic and my fears. I didn't mean to put pressure on you or to blame you for anything. I just got crazy for a second, and I didn't mean to project. I'm sorry.
Aster's films tend to be very emotionally heavy and complex, and getting actors who are able to portray not just the outward emotions of their characters, but the histories of dynamics and underlying details is extremely important. Florence Pugh in the lead role of Dani delivers one of the most brilliant performances in recent memory, with her ability to deliver on what this character needed being something that I'm quite honestly blown away by. The hyperventilating panic that comes about many times feels so uncomfortable and sickening, but what makes me love her performance is how good of a job she does at making you care about this character. I feel so bad for Dani throughout the entire runtime, and all these little moments, like the way her face drops when Pele brings up her family early on, or when Mark says the word family while they're tripping on mushrooms and she goes into a panic state, or when Pele brings up her family again later.
Because I lost my parents too.
What? No, Pele, that is not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about my family.
I lost my parents when I was a little boy. They burned up in a fire.
I'm talking about that.
You'd think something happened to her family or something. I want to emphasize that last one because her reaction during that scene where Pele tries to connect with her over the death of her parents is so effective, and it just gives this strong sense of her wishing that she could exist in a reality where people would stop bringing it up and feeling like every part of her life, every interaction is all being
pass.
She's someone who's got some serious issues, but is really trying to get back on her feet and find herself in a better place, but she's also a people pleaser, and especially considering she just went through such a massive change in her life after what happened, she doesn't want another huge change that would come if her and Christian were to split up. Pugh is so intricately emotive in this role, and she adds so much to the film, and it's especially impressive considering how exhausting this must have been. Jack Reynor as Christian is also fantastic, and I don't think he gets quite enough credit for how insanely good he is here. He doesn't have as many explosive moments as Dani does, but that's also because his character is just a lot less open to the audience than Dani is, because she really is the eyes through which we experience this story for the most part. He does a great job of playing this dismissive asshole who is willing to fuck over his friends for his own gain, is unwilling to be available for his partner when she needs him, but also selfishly will not leave the relationship out of worry that he'll maybe regret it. Now, I do think it's important to note that there are moments in this film where I absolutely do sympathize with him, particularly as we get towards the end of the movie, and also, while he is a fucking asshole, I do think that there's some level of sympathy to be had for him from the angle of him feeling like he was at the end of this relationship and probably would have called it in the next few weeks, but then the horrible tragedy made it so that he absolutely cannot leave now. It's a shitty situation. William Jackson Harper as Josh gave another really great performance, despite him not getting quite as much screen time as some of the others. One of the reasons I like the director's cut so much, because he gets more to do. Josh is the one who brought about this trip, as he's planning on studying European Midsommar traditions for his thesis, and offered for his friends to come along. He's pretty much entirely focused on academia, with that side of things consuming him and often making him behave in ways that are not considerate to the things going on in people's lives, like how he immediately shifts Christian's concerns about his relationship with Danny into a push to focus more on school, which I can imagine from the way his character acts.
Dobro pitanje. Onaj film, kako zove, Midsommar, kako se zove?
Ne znam, nisam čuo za taj.
A to ti je o grupi prijatelja koji odu u Švedsku, ja mislim, kao na neki festival. A to ti je neki paganski festival.
A, horor kao film, jel? Mislim da sam ga gledao. Midsommar se zove.
Midsommar. Pretpostavljam da tu neko bude žrtva na kraju, spaljen ili tako nekako.
Da.
Pa. Da je tome što... To ti je kao onaj film sa Nicolasom Cageom.
Da.
Kako se zove? Willowman. Čovjek od Pruća ili Wickerman. Kad dođe da traži devojčicu, ono selo, i oni ga kao tamo je, vamo je, on je nađe, a nije devojčica u opasnosti nego on. Imaš na internetu kruži onaj meme, ono, not the bees, to je isto film. Ovo se je lakše sa strelcom kad ne moram da mi priđu na milimetar da ih udarim.
Ode.
Koji je Milan?
Milanče u AFK.
Da, odvuku ga bot u zagrobne živote. Hardsiker, možda. Konje sad bijem.
Gärtnes jag vill krypa för mer. Längst ned.
kad uradiš sve queste, onda možeš bossa zvati, tako ide.
Ja se rekao, nisam ti čuo.
Kad uradim sve zadatke na mapi, onda mogu odmah zvat bossa ako hoću, ne moram čekat timer.
Aha, ne moraš čekat, da.
Sad se transformiš. Nas. Šta sad? Čuo sam patuljke. Ledeni džin. Njord.
Yude. Welcome to my channel.
Drakar. Baca čekić.
The Gamer Bear. Welcome to my channel.
Pile mi treba. Tak puka pojedem pila, poveća mi se maksimum health. Sva toliko. Kakav pasiv. Op.
Driffy. Welcome to my channel.
Bude, ja sam otišao. Jo, idem raditi nešto. Zdravlje. Pozdrav. Oh, off to work. Take care.